change this a bit. Maybe I could do it like that. I don't know. I'll figure that out later. Anyways. Hey, good evening. It's Jupiter Exile. Today we're back on Dark Souls 3 SL1. Groove on the music for a moment. They put out the first gameplay videos for Elden Ring. Pretty hype. I gotta make sure the stream is launching correctly. Okay, gotta launch this. And not making an echo. Okay, there we go. There's all that stuff. Alright. So we just killed Pontiff. And I had meant to do some research earlier today about like the vulnerabilities of upcoming bosses and the right weapons to use and things like that. And I didn't, so I might have to do that in the middle of these runs. We'll see what happens. This bit here is like the most popular PvP arena in Dark Souls 3. People host fight clubs here all the time. The reason why it's popular is here we have a nice like open space. And there's also another one of those Invasion Guardian Covenant things here. So you have blue invaders that will just appear of their own accord so long as they're part of the Covenant. Speaking of which, I'll be subject to those guys moving forward through this area, possibly. The matchmaking in the game is dependent on your soul level and your weapon upgrade level. So in order for somebody to invade me, they would have to be a very, very low soul level, but they'd have to have like a +8 weapon or something like that in order for the game to consider it fair. Or they could have lower, and I think that still works. I don't know. But there is a limiter on the matchmaking, and we wind up with a very strict limiter because of what we're doing. So I've been thinking about where we want to go and what we want to do. So naturally we have to do the stuff over around here, sort of, because we have to get up to the next boss in this direction, which is Aldrich. We have the option of going after I'll deal with him, but I accidentally woke up a giant. Those giants are not fun to fight. Hey, Adam Driver. That giant slapped me good. You go into this little house, the giants can't really get you. That stance attack has a very high poise rating, so I just whipped out a quick L2 R1. That sets me up for possibly taking a trade and winning out. I didn't know that guy was there. I just accidentally hit the button an extra time, and we take those. So yeah, they had the trailer out. It was making me feel kind of like it's, you know, Breath of the Dark Soul. It looks like big and open. It feels like they just took the movement mechanics from Sekiro and kind of put those in a Dark Souls game. But I'm most interested in the dungeon locations and the things they were saying about dungeon exploration. Looked really cool. Okay, let's see. The two PvP style opponents are the trickiest part about this first segment. You can take this other route to try and avoid them, but you have to fight through a whole bunch of other goons that are actually a little harder. There's an illusory wall here. There's a staircase that should be here. There we go. A ladder, not a staircase. But going down there, you have to fight two Pontiff beasts. It's very tough. And I believe that's where you need to go to join the Covenant that lets you troll other people who are just trying to play the game. Nah, you get to punish people for who think they're good enough to have Ember. Okay, so up through this section, we're up in these kind of rooftops. It may start to look familiar for some folks. And that is because we're in, like, we are connected to an Orlando now. And we've got Silver Knights with great bows. That's going to hit very hard. Ah! I thought I might get him on that backswing. I did not have a lot of confidence about it one way or another. So we are now fighting our way up from Irithyll into An Orlando, which, like, sits above Irithyll. They're kind of unnaturally connected or juxtaposed, which is a peculiar highlight of, you know, the way things work in Dark Souls. So it's saying you're physically able to travel to the past. There are notions of painted worlds that are perhaps an escape from the cycle of things. Later we'll be exploring another painted world. Maybe probably not today, but later. In general. Okay, those goons that are more human-like, I believe, don't come back. So now is when we try the running strat. Good old run past it strats. The bread and butter of SL1. I was getting my clip from Halloween up on Reddit today. I hope it's treated nicely. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely want to take this path on the right-hand side so that I'm only attacked by one archer at a time. Because one of the archers is positioned over here and he will come after me. That's a lot of souls, so it's actually meaningful to grab. Head down here first of all to grab some other items. Because grabbing items is perhaps more important use of my time in a lot of cases. Definitely a more important use of my time than, like, fighting all these goons. I'm going to pull another shot. I'm going to switch to melee. There's, like, a special area around here, if I remember correctly, that I think is important for triggering the ultimate ending. It's not here. Ow. I took that right in the face. I forbid you. Goodbye. Okay, so this place looks similar to Gwendolyn's shrine. Yeah, looks just like the base of An Orlando. Now, at the base of An Orlando, this statue is an illusion, and it is the same here. Got an extra area. So in Dark Souls 1, this is the location of the Gwendolyn fight, and that was the armor for Gwendolyn's follower. So we've got a lot of areas that are reflections of other areas. Now, I don't think we have the same treasure chests here. Looks like a no. Bummer. This area is used as an altar for a certain ritual that can be performed if you don't mind sacrificing certain characters in order to achieve certain endings. But we're not here for that. We don't really care. So the lever I pulled would lower the stairs back over here. And we're going to take this spiral staircase up to An Orlando proper. And it should have a bonfire ready for us pretty soon. Cue the infinite staircase music. Okay. Now, I believe we can ratchet this further up. You can see there's a bonfire, like, right over there. And I'm gonna try and remember if this is the one of the locations I was thinking about. Yep. So there's an invisible thing here, and it's actually not possible to fall off of it incorrectly. That being said, I can't recall quite how I get back.
Name thyself, stranger. I am Yoreshka, captain of the Dark Moon Knights.
That was your church down there.
What beckoned thee to such a place? Thou thinkst too. Very well. Captain to this knightless company I remain. I will grant thee purpose.
You may notice if you check that Yoreshka has a tail. She is
journeyed
partially
far.
draconic.
Hear my voice. If thou shalt swear to become a shadow of Father Gwyn and Sister Guinevere, a blade that then I place thee under.
Dark Moon is a pretty cool covenant.
Thou art now the only knight of our. Swear this oath.
With the Dark Moon, you just get to face off against invaders. Okay, so this is a big fall segment that leads you down into the Church of Yoreshka. So we are on top of the Church of Yoreshka right now. We have to take this falling segment to get back somewhere relevant, which is unfortunate because that bonfire won't actually let us get back to where we were. We have to run past all those Silver Knights again. Bit of a miscalculation. Yada yada. I think the Painting Guardian's curved sword is actually a decent weapon, maybe. There's the Painting Guardian armor set, which was actually fairly useful in the Dark Souls 1 SL1 when we wanted to try and survive magic attacks. Funnily enough, the most relevant magic attacks to survive are from Gwendolyn. Whoops. Just have to make sure I'm landing on these beams. Okay. And we only took this falling segment to get those couple of items, like that unique armor set. Now I'm just going to warp back over to the bonfire after Pontiff that I was at before. You can note that Yoreshka is in a location referred to as the Prison Tower. Half-dragons are reviled, and she's subject to exile, which is why she's up over there. Okay, so now I need to do basically that same stuff, but I need to not take the left path. Thankfully, this isn't really a terrible run. I think there's some other items up there on the left that I haven't gotten. Oh well. Yeah, one of my big priorities at the moment is going to be gathering up enough upgrade materials that I can get about 3 different weapons up to +10. Because generally speaking, I'm going to want a physical fire and lightning. Whoa, hey. I might want, I might also want to make sure I have a blunt weapon hanging out, because there are certain enemies that care more about blunt damage, notably so. One of whom is the, what's it called? One of whom is the Dragon Slayer armor that I still need to take out. Going through here drops the aggro on all those other guys back there, so I think there are some other items in some of the later parts of that segment if you explore it really thoroughly, but it's difficult to thoroughly explore without killing a ton of guys, and the items here are not as valuable anyway as the items in some of the other places we can already get to, so there's just not a lot of point. We do have access to the Dragon Sanctuary. I might be exploring that soon for those items. Okay, how does this link up? Okay, here we go. So here we see, once again, the front steps of Anor Londo. Now, before I go up these steps, I'm going to take a trip back to Firelink to possibly spend out some souls, hand over ashes. Maintenance junk.
Ah, gracious, let Iona.
Okay, what does this actually give her inventory? I can buy large Titanite, but I think I've been able to buy large Titanite for a bit. I have access to the washing pole now, which is like a big, big katana. That's probably all I got for the Easterner's Ashes. Oh, I also got the wood grain ring, which I'm not going to use, but I'll buy it, whatever. That's fine.
Ashen One.
And actually, she had some... she can sell moss fruit. That could be useful in some places, so I'm going to buy that. To make sure I'm stocked up on purple moss clumps. I usually am not going to need purging stones. Like, if you play the game correctly, you shouldn't. I've got 28 of those on hand, 27 charcoal pine. So those are probably in a good state. I do not have enough chunks to upgrade anything right now. But I might want to start on upgrading some other things. So the Astora Straight Sword is our current bread and butter. We don't have access yet to the Rotten Grue Dagger, which is an option that we could use. I'm probably not going to keep upgrading the Fire Broadsword. Oh, I had a bit of a blip in the audio there. Is the camera still working? Yeah, looks like it's good. The Dragon Slayer's Axe, I'm probably going to upgrade, even though I need to use 2 rings to hold it. Its inherent damage split makes it good for fighting dragons specifically. So, no Estus shards. And we're at the point where we had enough large Titanite to just do that and get it up to +6. So now it's at 168 for damage profile. Okay, the Painting Guardian Sword requires way too much dex for us to use in this build. The maximum dex we can acquire at any given time is 18, and that requires 2 rings. So you could technically actually use like the Brigand Twin Daggers if you want. I don't think it's a good call though. I'm trying to recall if there's a weapon that does some inherent fire while still being enchantable that I might want to use. But I don't recall if such a weapon actually exists. Alright. We're back down to a tolerable number of souls to lose. So I'm just going to spend a little bit more on large Titanite and charcoal pine and call that done. I think in most bosses, the best thing for me to do is going to be this weapon with charcoal pine. Okay, now the camera's frozen. Oh, okay, there we go. Fix the camera. I have a camera fixing hotkey now. Had to get it set up. It was getting stuck way too often. Case in point. Alright, I actually need to take my view over to OBS so I can fix that in real time instead of watching a delay when I fix it. There we go. Okay, let's get up this staircase. You always got to fight a Silver Knight to get in here. It's an exclusive club. Ow! I tried to trigger a backstab there, but didn't get it. This is why I spent a lot of souls before trying to move past these guys. Because they're pretty threatening. Aldrich is a fairly challenging boss because he uses a mix of ranged and magic stuff that are very difficult to deal with. We've got one with a halberd and one with a sword just to make it extra difficult. And they like almost cleanly one-shot us just by virtue of how they work. That's just the amount of damage they do. That's all there is to it. Yep, can't open that from the front. I have to do a whole thing. We've got the blacksmith giant over here, Sag. Gives the giant's coal. I believe this allows us to make like lightning and blessed weapons. And the stairs are a little squishy here. Yeah. Aldrich, the Saint of the Deep, is kind of a sludge monster. And his followers are real spooky. Oh yeah, and he's got this thing sitting up here too. Can I actually knock this down early? It would make me feel very happy. Take that. It's like this giant horror spider. There's another one of these back over in the Cathedral of the Deep that I had skipped earlier, because they drop an item that I don't care about. It's something I really don't need. Yeah. This is the very, like, truncated version of the, what's it called? Of, like, the central building in Anor Londo. With him drop down, I have, like, just a more honest accord of what he's doing. He's doing stuff that I don't really want to deal with. Okay, we've got the central door open. We kind of need to take this guy out. Yeah, he does inflict curse. He hates the light, so he won't follow us outside if we try to do that. Okay, he's got a really chonky hitbox. When he does this, a chance for us to move around and hit him. Getting a lot of lag. I think I'm going to use charcoal pine resin for this. I could also just, like, throw things at his face for a while. Yeah, he can breathe petrifying gas. Maybe, oh, maybe he can come outside. I thought you were shy. Ow. Jump again? Oh no, this is the breath. Ow. Got him. So he doesn't come back. He's a one-time spawn. From this we get Aldrich's Ruby, which is not that important. I'm just going to take a look at it. Yeah, recover HP from critical attacks. So you can get healed when you do backstabs and ripostes. But we don't have an amount of health that allows us to kind of wait around for that. Yeah, those things are fire vulnerable, and they're not going to care very much about our slashing attacks. So So after dealing with him, we've got a number of these Deacon types. that we're largely just going to bypass in order to get to the fight. And we can take a stab at the fight to remember what it's like. So Aldrich, Devourer of Gods, is kind of encompassing this entire room, and he's actively trying to eat Gwendolyn. He does all sorts of magic junk. Ow. So Aldrich is basically this like long tail piece that is currently... He's like a giant worm in the sludge that is devouring this character. And the worm part is usually what we're going to aim for. They use a lot of nasty magic attacks. So we may actually change out our gear to try and resist magic as strongly as possible without increasing our weight too much. So the Maiden set will actually be one of our better options for that. Don't let anybody tell you what you can and can't wear. That's actually pretty good. He will start doing some fire damage in the second phase. This sets us at like 16 out of 50. Dodge might feel a little slower, but this is pretty fine. Right, these guys are back. Just rolling down those stairs. He's gonna keep on with that. Nice quick slash. Okay. So yeah, we don't have to worry about ceiling monster ever again. Yeah, if you just walk straight towards the door and try to open it up, ceiling monster will basically land on you, and you'll take a death. Just gonna slip on past there, excuse me. Oh. That did hit me, somehow, kind of. Alright. So that's a basic overview of what we're looking at with that boss, but I'm actually going to come back to that a bit later. Right now, I kind of want to focus my efforts on opening up more stuff. So we are going to head over to the Dragon Barracks. No, I think I actually need to go to just the Lothric Castle to do this fight. We're gonna go back to working on the Dragon Slayer armor. So we were pretty close on that before. Change out our weapon. Actually, I'm just gonna use the item box for a moment. Yeah, you go in the box, get boxed. Not gonna use that, or that, or that. Don't need two Storm Rulers here. Unwieldable, technically wieldable, unwieldable. That could technically be used, but not gonna bother. I'm not in the mood to use that. Not using the Uchi, or that. Black Blade could be used. I don't need two Brigand Axes. Can't use that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with joining the club. Pickaxe is actually usable too, but I think it's really slow swinging. Definitely not using that. No. That's actually usable, and I think it's not bad. That we cannot use. And there's no point in using the Cestus. It doesn't hit hard enough. And we're not using any ranged weaponry, and we're not doing any casting. I don't need this many shields to look at. We're not going to use anything that is a great shield. And I'm not going to put two hands on any of these. Actually, wait, the Shield of Want. No, that's right, that's right. Some of these shields, it should be noted, they have a, instead of parry, they have spell parry. And those actually deflect, spells as well. Not back at the enemy, though. They just block the spell. It gives you another option for evasion. Okay, and let's travel back to Lothric Castle. I'll change my equipment out, and we'll go after this boss. So the way to this is that I believe what I want to do is go over here and drop down. And then over here and into the left room we take an elevator, and that drops us off right at the boss. I was doing a good job remembering like routes and layouts and things when getting back to Outer Wilds that I was playing through yesterday. I was able to navigate a couple sections quite quickly, which was good because I had a tendency to miss a couple things and need to double back. The ending of that DLC was spectacular, and I highly recommend it. Okay, let's go in for the fight. It didn't actually lock on my roll. And I would remember this problem if I had done this fight more recently, because it was doing that to me the first couple times I tried to. Rolling much too early. This fight does have a bit of an annoying run. Just a bit, though. It's just a weirdly slow elevator, really. Yeah, so this fight here is blocking us off from Twin Princes. Aldrich and Twin Princes are the other remaining two Lords of Cinder that we have to take out. And apart from that stuff, the Lords of Cinder, there are two extra areas that we have the option to go to. One of which contains two bosses, and the other, I believe, contains three, because we can go into the Painted World whenever we like and explore there, and it'll be tough. I'm just going to let him approach. There we go. Yeah, that's right, that attack misses, I forgot. Stand a bit behind him. Go in for a few hits. Should be in his new phase. He's going to want to do a specific attack soon. He didn't choose to do that attack. So he's always supposed to do two hands on the axe, drag along the floor as part of his phase transition. He just decided not to. And I got confused. I was hitting him too fast, I guess. So the reason we use this weapon against him, because it causes bleed, but naturally he doesn't care about bleed, because he's armor, he's just metal. The reason we use this weapon is that he doesn't like blunt damage. So just using like an ordinary mace would also be quite effective here. Just like beat him Dark Souls 2 style, where you fight absolutely everything under the sun with pretty much a mace. Because like half the enemies in Dark Souls 2 and a lot of the bosses are just various configurations of armored dudes. Dark Souls 3 gives you things that are a lot more fleshy to slap. They teased one of the bosses from Elden Ring, who's this gnarly looking dude. You know you want to start with like a big rush thing, come on. There's this gnarly looking guy with like rows of arms on his back. Pretty dang cool. Ow, I just got pummeled into the floor. Slurp. Dodge. That whiffs. Slam. Oh, he actually hit me with that. That's bad. This is his big swipe. It is totally within the realm of the possibility for this guy to knock you off a ledge. I'm taking distance right now because his buddies are in like their castery mood. I forgot that attack has range. I should have just kept fighting. Yeah, they start to shriek when they're about to like fire a whole bunch of nonsense into the arena. And if I get hit by too much nonsense, I will just die straight up. They very much do a scatter shot, so you can kind of plan around just happenstancedly not getting hit, which is largely what I need to do. Just got kind of nervous about it. And I was thinking, well, I'm far enough away from him, I can maybe focus on dodging that for a moment. So they have a very, very long cooldown between their spell volleys. It's not a super consistent pressure in Phase 2. Now, I believe he's only allowed to use his two-handed weapon attacks once he's in Phase 2, which is where he has that projectile, and he's got this, like, big, long semicircle cut along the floor. The fact that it's along the floor... Oh, let me remember to send the elevator back down. The fact that it's along the floor is very important, because a lot of his attacks whiff on standing if you are right next to him. If you're further away from him, they won't whiff. You definitely want to give this boss a hug. His shield attacks just aren't going to whiff. Sometimes you'll eat those on the chin. Just make sure you don't eat a shield attack on the chin after, like, you've already messed up something else. If I was a little more to his left, that would just whiff. That one I didn't actually need to dodge for. You want to do the 3-hit sequence there. Oh, that actually can hit me while I'm behind him. And that's the that's his floor cut. Okay, so he did that a little earlier in his health bar than I thought he could. I might be wrong about that behavior somewhat. Ugh. I just need to get into the rhythm and just kind of dive at the boss. This fight in particular is very this fight and a lot of Dark Souls fights, Dark Souls 3 fights, are fairly reactive. This fight is much more reactive than it is planned. Like, the Pontiff fight is quite planned, because you stand in specific locations relative to Pontiff, and it's going to get you more opportunities and more stuff to do. And it's going to make it easier to deal with attacks. Osiros is a very planning-oriented fight. If you know where to stand while you're fighting Osiros, he's way less threatening. If you don't know where to stand, he's super threatening. Where you stand against this boss does not matter as much as your reaction time. Bloodborne bosses are really interestingly planning-oriented. I will kick you. Come on. Put the shield down. Oh, he can pivot all the way around with that. I didn't actually know he could pivot that much. I thought I could just chug behind him. That was a really weird behavior, where he just had the shield out and he wasn't even going for a shield bash. I actually did kick him twice. I don't know, I don't think it's necessarily... I don't think it's possible to get a shield breaker post in this guy. Maybe. Maybe it's like 3 kicks and you can get it. What's it called? There's no actual riposte that you can do against the Dragon Slayer armor, but you can put him in a downed, repostable state. There's just no actual riposte animation, but hitting him while he's in that state does extra damage. Interestingly enough, he's got a pseudo stagger, which I've been abusing in earlier renditions of this fight. He's got a pseudo stagger that's intended to fake you out, and then he does like the axe slam into the floor and like drags himself back up. But if you hit him after that axe slam wake up, he will go into a true stagger, where you can get in some pseudo, like somewhat critical damage. Oh, 3 attacks. Okay, one of those like didn't hit me by happenstance. Oh, okay, he did a running shield slam. I don't think I've seen that, but more importantly, it broke my camera, like, hard. Do I have auto anti-wall on? I think I have auto wall recovery on. Yeah, we're gonna turn that off. And we'll keep the cinematic effects on. Cinematic effects is where it zooms in and follows your character when you do a critical. Auto wall recovery is a setup where if your camera like starts to go into a wall, sometimes it will kind of take it back out. So what happened is he ran at me as part of that attack with the shield slam, and because him running at me would have put my back up against the wall, it spun the camera back out to avoid displaying the wall, or to avoid having the camera in the wall. Where actually what it would do without auto wall recovery is like zoom in on my character like this, because the camera's being kind of crowded in by the wall. But doing this is less nasty for like the directions I need to input. More importantly than that, I thought he was using a different shield-based attack, because the running shield slam from that distance is pretty rare behavior. Like, I'm accustomed to him doing that at, like, the mid-range. Like, here, he would love to do a running shield slam. Bad dodge on me. Kick. Kick. Yeah, I think after the second kick, he's going to rethink his life choices. Ah. That'll kill me. I need to rethink some of my dodge choices. I'm getting wrecked by these shield attacks. I also need to stop assuming the 2 combo when I go for the heal. Shake it off, shake it off. It's not that long ago that I was playing this. It's only been 3 days. I've, like, all these bad habits come bubbling up to the surface. I am probably not caffeinated enough is the problem. But I think if I get some caffeine in me now, I'll be up until 2 in the morning, and I will not get good work done tomorrow. Which is a problem, because I've got to follow up on like 4 different people who haven't responded to my emails. Fun. I also need to take in some dry cleaning. My other errands got done for this week. I got out and voted, and sadly that did not turn out the way I wanted. So it's pretty down in the doldrums for part of the week because of that. Oh, I could have stood still for that. That one I thought should have hit. But I'll take it. Stand back up. We knock him back down. We get that different sound effect is the critical damage. Okay, we've dealt with the volley of nonsense. Need to survive that. That'll whiff. Don't put your shield up now. And there's Dragon Slayer armor. Whew! So these guys hanging out here will also die as a result of his death. There they go. Oh no! Whew! All right, got there. That was a solid. We even had some tense moments in that fight. I mean, I had to heal, so it's not a perfect run, but also we get a lot of freaking souls for killing that guy. Oh my goodness, 64,000 souls. 1,000 souls. I don't really have a good place to spend that junk. That's way too many. Okay, so now we go back to the standard, like, new area protocol, which is we have to scour this place for all sorts of stuff. Could this be a soup? I don't know what that's getting at. Pull back. Huh. There is a gargoyle up there, but I don't know if that one comes to life and drops down on you. There are a few of those in this area. They're the same, basically, as the Profane City gargoyle enemies, so we've already encountered them. Typically, you would be put at the Profane City way before this. Fighting the Dancer before completing the Profane City is a sequence break. Just a light sequence break. Just a little one. Okay, I believe this is a shortcut elevator. Apparently that we have not activated yet. Try ring. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is one of those cases where we can get on top of the elevator and ride it up. And I think that gets us the dexterity ring. Sorcery ahead. Locked. Okay. I think this is the archives, though. Why is this all still locked? I thought I should have the keys for this. What do I need to do to get this key? What's the way in? Is there something around the sides here? I'm not seeing. I don't think any of this is illusory. I forgot how to do. I forgot what to do here. I think I do need the key, but I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember where to get it. Oh, this is like an Abyss guy statue. Only the one of them is like that, right? Oh no, is this another one? No, not quite. There we go. There's another one. A little more light. Ugh. I wonder if they were just entertaining those dudes at court. Like, yeah, come on in. Talk with us on matters of politic. Let us... Never mind the fact that you are a freaky manserpent. We don't judge here. Some of my best friends are freaky manserpents. Okay, from what I recall about how I approached this area, I think this may be a novel direction to go. No, this had another like shortcut bonfire. This has another like elevator that didn't move, right? It's like this don't go. Heh. It's a good way to lose that. Okay, yeah. So I think there might be an item in the Dragon Barracks that I failed to find, like a key that was important somewhere around here. So let's see. Do we need to go over to the other side of this? No, the other side is how I got in here. And here we've got these unruly guys. That's a dead end. Oh, and I'm dead in the dead end. Isn't that something? Coincidental. Okay, let's see. What can I look at? Where can I go? What have I forgotten to do? Yeah, the Grand Archives is the next area to proceed through. There was this bit with the rooftop run over here, but it ended pretty soon. Yeah, there's like 2 bonfires, 2 rooms apart from each other. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't think there's anything more to be done in terms of that rooftop run. I could try and find a route to get to that other Pus of Man. Deal with him. I think he's like hanging out over this way. Yeah. Oh, you know, that's actually a pretty direct drop, because I can fall down there from here. I kind of want to deal with this one the same way I dealt with the last one. Just by throwing a lot of junk at him and calling it a day. Do I not have a stockpile of firebombs anymore? Shoot. I thought I had that at the ready. Alright, well... I'm gonna take a stab at, like, dealing with him. Well, not that way. That's the wrong way to do that. Yeah, take fall stun into, you're murdered. Let me actually go back to the Astora Straight Sword as well. Okay, so I'm going to take the fall down there with a bit more berth on that guy. That is a mimic. Still no idea why this concoction puts mimics to sleep. The Sunlight Straight Sword, I believe that is effectively Solaire's weapon. The Grail Divine Tome of Lothric. Cool. I think I know somebody who will appreciate that. And I'm going to see if I can take out this Puss of Man. Ooh. He does so much damage. He does so much damage, it really makes me feel like a goon anytime I go after him in melee. Yeah, because I'll take half of my curse bar for like getting nicked by that attack. Yeah, so we want to do Black Firebomb into 2 hits. And that'll take him out. Alright, we'll be free of all that wailing. Ugh. Got a large Titanite shard, some chunks, ember, all sorts of goodies. Solo Crestfallen Knight. Neat. That's all taken care of. But, notably, this area over here doesn't have any sort of item. That mimic made a noise. Made like an exhalation sound. It was audible for a moment. Yeah, so even with that done and those dragons taken out, we haven't really gotten anything new. I'm gonna head over here and go through a bit of a tougher fight, because down here is the Irithyll Knight that I haven't taken out. This guy has a lot of health. He doesn't like to stagger. Ow. Yeah. Dodging gets a little inconsistent when you're locked onto him on the stairs. It's just a known factor. Let's see. I think that these guys are actually vulnerable to dark damage. Let me see if I can get some better results going after him with maybe some human pine resin. Yeah, human pine resin is what gives you dark damage. Ugh. Let's see, is there anything else I have that might make this easier? I don't really think so. I don't know if these... I think these guys are parryable, so I could try parrying him. It might give me an easier time. Yeah, the Pus of Man and the Dragon don't come back at all, so... Nothing happening there. There he is. This guy patrols, he throws fire bombs, we don't want to deal with it. Okay. Let's give this a shot. Ugh. Yeah. He just doesn't stop attacking for very long. And once you've taken a hit, you take a hit, he's still got more than half his health left. It's very difficult to deal with. I'm going to change bonfires. This is a much, much closer bonfire to this. If I just go to the Dragon Barracks, I won't have to do as much like falling nonsense coming at it from this direction. Let's see. This might also be a fight where bleed is effective. I honestly think my best way of dealing with this is just to figure out the parry timing and parry him. Possibly even on his first attack. Although I'm just going off of expectation that he's parryable. Maybe he's not. That would be a big bummer. No, he's totally parried. You just gotta land it. Okay, so if I can get maybe something to start up on him, because the swings that come from like above and outside, I can understand the parry timing on fairly well. Some of his other more mobile stuff, I don't necessarily have as good a grasp on. So, let's see. From the looks of his health bar, I think it's going to take about 3 parries if I just beat him with nothing but parries. We're going to want to use a mix of parries and hits. So I'm hoping that I can cause a stagger if I parry him and then hit him a couple times. Yeah, okay. That multi-hit combo happens so fast, man. And he like whiffed his first attack there completely. On that combo, I think I can possibly parry the second attack in the string. It's not like he gains, it's not like he stops being parryable at some point in the attack combo. The thrust is like so nasty. I know I can't parry the thrust. One of the things they were showcasing for Elden Ring is that it's going to have like collectible raw materials and crafting. That could be interesting because it means that I'm less likely to be saddled with a bunch of useless items. Like, I won't find necessarily a ton of arrows while I'm running around. They'll be crafted instead, so I can choose not to make them if I don't need them. Give me a break. That wasn't a viable parry? I think that one was too early. That was definitely a parryable attack, though. It's the first time he's chosen to do the Frost Breath as an opener. Okay. The worst part about trying to do this is that I cannot recall for the life of me whether or not this is important. Like, does this guy drop the key that I need to progress? Or is this just extra? I genuinely cannot remember. I think this enemy type might be vulnerable to blunt. So let's try adjusting for that. I was hitting the dodge button. Nyeh. I'm also trying to like pivot and lock onto him at the same time I'm coming around this corner, since he's put in like a little bit of a surprise location. And this is one of those enemies that moves fast enough that I really want to be locked onto him. He has a lot more health than the Irithyll Knight that's back in like the swamp when you're making that area transition. Good bit nastier than that. Okay, I was about to say, could you just keep whipping? That's super cool. Oh, that swing came back around. I had him at like a little less than half health, I think. Whew. Okay, I got a bit of a better grasp of dodging him there. It's just a lot to dodge. and I have to take him down fast. If I actually get frostbitten, I will run out of the stamina I need to dodge his attack patterns. It's noteworthy that a lot of his attacks kind of whiff on their own, and if I need to not be dodging those, because if I dodge an attack that's going to whiff, I'm wasting an opportunity to hit him, and I'm using the stamina that I need to kill him promptly. There's a hit stun. I ran out of stamina, I think. Frostbitten, okay. Ah! The frostbite stamina penalty was messing me up hard, trying to get that kill in. And that's the most like breath weapons he's ever come at me with, so that's a big gain to trying to kill him. Alright, I'm gonna go back to using Human Pine on him as well, because that last attempt was pretty close. I just need to not get wrecked immediately and waste this. Ah! Yeah, I thought he would just extend his combo. Well, I didn't get wrecked super immediately, but it was pretty quick. Yeah, the trick here is, it doesn't take that many hits to stagger him. It's maybe like 3. And then if I hit him with those 3 hits and he staggers, I've got an easier time like compensating, preparing my next thing. Basically, I can use the moment of stagger to either hit him again or get back my vital stamina. But that requires me to commit to attacking, and trying to like attack through this enemy who's got just a ton of health and poise. Okay, so he was in the mood to do that, and I'm gonna have to rely a bit on his mood here. There is another area I can go to and work on, which should have a bunch of Titanite chunks to help me upgrade stuff. I've got 4 Titanite chunks right now. It requires 6 for me to max out a +8 weapon. I've got 2 +8 weapons right now, the straight sword and this reinforced club. And I think the third weapon I'm going to max out is probably going to be the Dragon Slayer axe, which will be very useful on, go figure, a couple of dragons that I have to deal with later. The swing pulled short because he reared back up to do that attack. That is one of the things about the reinforced club. It's a bit of a short-range weapon. And if I'm... Okay, so I need to go back to 2 hands on the weapon. Because as long as I am just swinging for the fences here and not going for the stab, this can be a better use of my time and effort. Actually, this has a Warcry skill, right? Does Warcry give me... How do I look at the effect of Warcry? Show item info. Warcry. It does boost attack. Okay. So maybe I can get more attack damage in if I come at him with Warcry active as well. Doesn't take that long to activate. Man, that was dumb. I didn't think that attack was one-shotting me before. I don't know what happened. I don't think Warcry reduces my defense or anything. Also, it looks visually... It looks like Warcry is removing the resin. the effects are just overwriting each other visually. You can't see two effects in play at once on a weapon, but a weapon can have, well, Warcry is not an effect on the weapon, sort of. It's an effect on me. They don't actually interfere, but they visually appear to. Okay, so he's really just gung-ho about, like, yeah, I'm gonna do this stab and it's gonna kill you. Because I'm pretty sure he's getting counter hit damage there. Let me see about changing out a couple of armor pieces, because getting one shot's a no-go. I mean, he's doing physical damage. I'm not gonna get that much more. Change to Painting Guardian? Let's change to Painting Guardian set. Yeah, the Painting Guardian pants are actually like medium-ish armor. When you get down to it, SL1 isn't actually armor restrictive. You want to be fairly light because you can't block. But that's not like a strict requirement. Okay, I am actually low on human pine resin. I don't recall if I actually have the ability to buy this stuff. I am just gonna run away and get this frostbite to go away. Dang. I think they're actually, yeah, I can use Rime Blue Moss to remove this and grant me some resistance to it. And now we're just going to go all the way back up the stairs, and this is the way we cheese the guy. Got him! There we go. Just don't try to stand and fight him. He's better at that than you are. Okay, and that was all just to get his weapon, the Irithyll Rapier. We also have one real chest, two real chests. The Spirit Crest, and a Titanite Scale. And this one is that a mimic? I can't fully see. The chain looks curved. And Twinkling Titanite, and this one's also real. More Twinkling Titanite. Okay, not really SL1 relevant. There was a lot of stuff. Yeah, we don't have any fake bookcases in this. Dark Souls 1 had plenty of fake bookcases. I mean, like, there's just 2 or 3, but that's plenty. Hit that guy just to make me feel a little better about all that time and effort. We'll go back to this. Okay. I can't remember where this weapon is. I might need to change it out. So, for now, we're going to go to another area and explore that. And I might need to look up the location of that key or something, because I don't want to waste a ton of time scouring a whole lot of stuff. There are plenty of things that are hidden super well in Dark Souls. The truth about that is, it might be that I actually need to kill Aldrich before I can go through there. But for now, we're going back to the Irithyll Dungeon. I need to get to a particular part of the dungeon, if I can remember it correctly. Is it just this? Is it just this elevator? I remember that it's near an elevator. If it's this elevator, that would be awesome. That's not the one. I think I actually need to go back up. So that's going to take me too far down. Bye. Bye-bye, little rat guy. We also did get a hold of the jailer's key ring, which should let us get through any remaining locked cells or doors in any part of the whole place. We should have full access now. Are you gonna scream at me? No. Okay, good. Cut down. Given that it wasn't that elevator, I think it's probably one of the ones down here. Give him plenty of space. Let's see. Those guys are not perturbed. I think it's this one. This should be it. Slurp. Yeah, we got to see a lot of classic things during the Elden Ring trailer. They do show the character drinking some Estus. I think the thing I'm most concerned about for the game is I'm concerned it's going to use an easy backstab mechanic instead of using the infinitely better Bloodborne backstab mechanic. Backstabbing's actually fair in Bloodborne and requires a good amount of effort. Okay, so we have to come over here and perform a particular emote, which is the Path of the Dragon emote. There it is. And we just gotta wait a bit. And this is the emote that is acquired for beating Osiros, which has to be performed in an entirely different area, sitting next to a dragon statue, to unlock this zone. Dark Souls has some really specific stuff, man. Yeah, if I get through the Dark Souls 3 SL1, and there's still enough time before Elden Ring comes out, I'm going to try to do a BL4 run in, what's it called, in Bloodborne. BL4 is the equivalent of SL1. You can't actually get lower than level 4 in Bloodborne. It's just the lowest level any other classes have. I ran out of stamina, so I couldn't finish him off. There we go. There should be some Titanite chunks around here for me to gather up. Sounds great. I love those. Yeah, some of these guys will shoot some fire at me and some other things like that. Ow. There are two bosses out here. And this is also, we can also have our, we can also end the quest chain for Hawkwood with a big confrontation. Now, take a little bit of distance but not get set on fire. Ow, yep. You do have to watch out for these snakehead attacks these guys make. They're tricky. Now, I believe this respawns me at the opening of this area instead of the last bonfire. I hope. Yes, it does. So we don't actually have a bonfire here, but this is where it's going to spawn us until we run into another bonfire or use a homeward bone, thankfully. So the enemies here in Archdragon Peak are fairly tough. Yeah, we are talking like optional late game area. The Nameless King, one of the two bosses in this area, is considered by pretty much anybody, almost everybody, to be the most difficult boss in Dark Souls 3. So, fun part about that... I got the Titan Knight chunk. Fun part about that is I've actually never fought the Nameless King before in any of my prior runs. So this is going to be our first go at him coming to this place. I'm not actually going to take on the Nameless King until I have my preferred weapon at a +10. And I think I'll probably be fighting him with the rawest or a straight sword. So there should be a bonfire that's available pretty soon. I'm just going to try to run past a lot of these Sneeple. There it is. I think those guys are just going to keep being mad, largely, so I'm just going to move. Because it was not letting me rest at the bonfire straight away. Is there anything around the side here? Titan Knight chunk, that's great. The Titan Knight chunks are a big reason why I wanted to come over here. Get that like finished out, maxed out. We've got an ambusher up here who wants to like drop down on you. This guy with a big axe is also like a rough and tumble customer, but I'm just not gonna like hit him, so I don't want to wake him up soon. Ow. Not too soon anyhow. Grab this. More Titanite. Yeah, he's got like fire breath. Okay. And I believe it's in here we should get the boss. Hey, buddy. So, you can notice, probably, that this boss is not really cordoned off. He's in, like, a big area. Can I get away from that or not? Yeah, he's in a big area with a lot of enemies. So the trick to that is that this boss fight is a non-traditional boss fight. You can actually just run this whole area as a gauntlet, and if you make it to the end, that'll kill the boss. Yeah, okay. I got tangled up. There's another fast way to kill the boss that I might try and see if I can pull it off. Yeah, there's like a janky quick kill method. The mechanic for the boss is that if you're able to perform a plunging attack on the boss, he instantly dies. So now we get the boss fog. It's a very quick boss run. It's very nice. So I believe the way to do this is there's like a little bit of something over here that you can kind of jump onto. But I don't remember exactly how it works. Yeah, the foot hitboxing for this dragon is not actually sensible. It's like, I got hit by something there. It's like unique in terms of Dark Souls 3 by having really bad hitboxes. Nice, didn't die. Yeah, there's like one of these things that you can maybe jank your way up onto. That can happenstancely put you level with the boss's head. Okay. But the other way to do it is to go through a whole bunch of these like ruin areas over here and get past a whole lot of enemies. And doing this correctly can be very tricky. Ow. Because it's hard to remember, there's a lot of individual guys, and some of these guys can be pretty nasty. Okay, we just got hit by like 2 fire breaths. The dude's up there. Yeah, the dragon will continually reposition to keep making relevant attacks on you as you try to make this run. Let's see. Yeah, I think the quick kill is specific enough that I'm not really going to be able to do it if I don't watch a video on like how to do it. I might take a moment for that. Oh yeah, he can do a fly up dragon breath thing. What the? Where am I? Camera's getting completely confused. Am I dead? Nope. Now I'm dead. Alright, I'm actually going to pull up a quick reference on how to get the quick kill, because this area is actually really tough. Got some friends getting into Back for Blood. I might spend some time on that. I don't know. I do enjoy the precursor game Left 4 Dead. It is the same developers. They just didn't like own the rights. Let's see, Ancient Wyvern Quick Kill. It's just like a 1.5-minute video, so.
Saves probably about a minute over the normal method of killing him. It's also quite RNG heavy, just like Chain Snake. There's one attack that the Wyvern can do where you are forced to put out lose pretty much 30 seconds. There's really no choice that you have. Hopefully we don't get that attack right now. It's the attack we need is a horizontal fire breath. That's the one. And you do a jump attack and.
Okay. That's actually simpler than I thought. It just requires that we react to a boss attack in a correct way. Or rather, we need the boss to do the right thing, and then we can get it. Run through the boss's legs like usual. We want to stand about here. That was the right attack, but I wasn't in position for it. Bleh. Okay, so I need to have a bit more confidence in the strat. Because the idea there is that we leap at his face while he's performing that sweeping dragon breath. And just plunging attack his face while he's doing that move. Yeah, it's normally like a really big trek to get above him. tail sweep. We avoided. Did not avoid that one. And that didn't kill us. That'll kill us. Ouch. Yeah, I think this is probably like a 30% odds to have the opportunity to do the right thing, but if you get it, you kill him. This is like a speedrun strat way of doing it. There are a few other setups that I think might be more consistent. Because you might be able to target like a different body part. The one I had seen previously or that I was aware of was using the railings on the sides. So I think what I'm doing here is an older method. Okay, I didn't actually get the plunge animation there. Do I need to hit something different button-wise? Maybe they patched that out. So you can see that the damage I dealt him incidentally with one attack is like just utterly pathetic. So I noticed that I'm not triggering the plunging attack animation. So I'm just going to try and practice that as much as I can. That's Fire Breath. Yeah, camera control for all this is a mess. And we dealt that 77 damage because we attacked his head specifically. What the heck is my camera doing? It's like completely clipping out to like some... Yeah, it like refuses to look at the dragon. I thought I turned off camera auto recovery. Let me take another look at that. Because it's being really weird. It's like, no, don't look at the dragon. You cannot behold the dragon. Yeah, auto lock on is off. Auto target is not actually the same as lock on, and it's fine. Yeah, it's off. I don't know, I'd have to assume that it's just something weird going on with the dragon itself. So maybe the method I'm looking at is patched out. I'm going to try one more time, and then I'm going to take another look at that video. Getting past this guy gets us into like a larger area here where we can grab several items. I want to do the Confrontation with Hawkwood. Yeah, okay. Let me check the method and see how old that is. Because that's from 2017. Okay, yeah. The frame window on that is tough. Take another look. Is this going to use the same method? Okay, this guy is using a different setup. Okay, no, this guy isn't using a setup at all. He's just doing the run. Everybody knows how to beat him. Okay, here is a 2 years old easier cheese. So the thing about doing the boss run as usual, there are like 2 enemies who have these utterly gnarly attacks that can like start a grapple on you from halfway across the room. It's complete junk. And you don't want to have to deal with the tension of dealing with a boss fight at the same time. That's like that you have to deal with that. Okay, so he goes to a specific spot and does a leaping attack instead with this, and that triggers it. Let's see. So this guy was heading over here, and I think they might have, and then once the dragon repositions itself, which it does with like some steady methodology, we need to get over here and then basically do a plunging attack there in that way. So that's the goal. Okay, seeing what we need to do to get there. So we need to be here, and then when the head comes down, we go for it. Oh, we got pushed off. Okay, that's fine. I learned a bit more about how to get into the little corner I need to stand on, which is probably the trickiest part here. So once I get into the right position, I need to be patient and wait for the head to be there, and I might die randomly, and I just need to accept that if that happens, because I'm going for a cheese strat. I'm not legitimately fighting this boss. And yeah, the legitimate method of fighting this boss is to run the gauntlets through all the goons. That's the boss. The boss is not the dragon. It's the gauntlet of guys with like a little bit of fire breath. Because this guy's defenses and mechanics are actually nastier than the ancient dragon from Dark Souls 2. He takes like less damage per hit, and he has more complicated patterns. So as soon as he turns to face here, I move here, and then I need to try for the jump stab. Okay. If I get hit while I'm on the spot I need to be standing, I'm gonna die from a fallout. It's just gonna happen. So one of the things I did see in Elden Ring, it looks like it might be that they're making faith casters into summoners. Like you summon little spirit goons to do your bidding, which is kind of cool. I'm almost certain not to do it. I played some faith builds when I was first playing Dark Souls because it had like paladin appeal. There it is! Got it! That's not too hard. And there's the Ancient Wyvern, and for that we get the Dragon Headstone. We now have both the Dragon Headstone and the Dragon Torso Stone. Having the two of those makes us like an official Dragon Bro, so it pops us over to like the Dragon Bro segment of the shrine. If I remember correctly, these should be key items. I need to hand off this Braille Tome. That's right, these should actually be, at least one of these should be under usable items. Yeah. Gain Dragon Head and emit Dragon Breath, gain Dragon Torso, and Roar like a Dragon. Both of these are unlimited use items. The Dragon Breath is actually a damaging attack. The Dragon Torso, I think, gives you, like, some weird armor effects. It might also improve your damage. I'm trying to remember. Okay, I can't actually use it right now. I'm not currently, like, qualified to actually gain the benefits, because I'm not a member of the Covenant, which is how that's controlled. Before I go in there, I am going to take a stint back to Firelink. Okay, I'm glad I figured out that cheese without much further fuss. I'm not gonna say without any fuss, as there was certainly some fuss involved. So, has Patches finally moved over? My goodness, I have no idea what kind of trigger I missed for Patches if he's not here. Because I did all the interactions to, like, see his face, forgive him, get that emote, buy the armor, and he's still not here. Did I somehow piss him off? You know what? I probably needed to exhaust his dialogue while he was hanging out over near Rosaria. I could probably still run over and do that. Ugh. Got Grey Rat killed because I did not exhaust dialogue.
Gently, do you wish to... Oh, you've brought now I get tales of the god.
And we will purchase. We will learn some miracles from her. Technically, Bountiful Light, Magic Barrier, Blessed Weapon.
You know, in my eye would be pleased, although to be. But if I had a divine, terribly so. You know, I would be terrible.
Okay.
Have a pleasant journey.
Let's see. I think there is some other business I have over here, which is that I have the Firekeeper eyes that I could hand off. Yeah, Orbeck of Vinheim is gone, because we did not appease him by handing over any scrolls at all. Not a single one.
Welcome home, speak then.
Yeah, here.
Ashen One, are these eyes? How gracious of thee, Ashen One. The very things we Firekeepers have been missing.
We get a pivot in the music when we hand those over.
Ashen
For a
One,
moment.
my thanks for the eyes thou hast given, but Firekeepers are not meant to have eyes. It is forbidden. A world without fire. Ashen One, is this true? Of course not, please. Before I am seduced by the thin light. Farewell, mayst thou thy...
Yeah, so at any point we can kill the Firekeeper and take the eyes back. The Firekeeper will return to life when we rest at a bonfire. So yes, the Firekeepers do not have eyes as a means of, like, preventing them from hubris or something of that sort. Rather than not meant to. Which is part of why Irina is blind. It's because she cannot see that she had the opportunity to try to become a Firekeeper. Although she has not, like, completed that trial. Okay, yeah, we've got a couple things going on here. We've got this guy over here who's casting a bunch of nasty magic at us. You don't have a lot of health. But I believe he summoned something. Yeah, there's a bell in this area, and I believe you hear it ring when any other player rings it. Which I think is what we're hearing right now. Either that or it just rings. Okay, hello. Okay, we're not going to go that way yet. What we need to do first is, I believe, we need to hang out here for a moment. Oh. We got you woken up, did we? Oh man, you have so much health. We might be dealing with Havel for a while. Jeez. He's probably more subject to blunt damage than anything else. We could also try using a resin. Yeah, there he is. Oh no, that's not Havel this time. It's another goon. It's a lot less threatening. Yeah, I believe the Serpent Priest is actually responsible for the summoning. So we can come up here and try to kill him. I was hoping that attack would not instantly kill me. You know, the like lazy Susan rig this guy's sitting in is kind of funny. Okay, that's what I needed to do. It's here and then okay, get the Calamity Ring for that. I guess he waits for us to stop emoting. That's pretty nice. Just beat him to death. But unlike most other summoned beings, I don't think he's a one-timer. Yeah, more dudes will come in conjured by that snake priest. Aren't you a jerk? This is like an overblown variant on the little glowy Titanite lizards. And they can kind of rough you up and knock you around a bit. Explore the scaffolds a little bit to grab items I didn't get before. I believe this is the end of the path where you would normally make the plunging attack and kill the dragon. So we just kind of run back through here a little bit. Grab some items that we basically deliberately skipped. No, there is not. There is no secret passage up over here. Just some items. Yeah, after you kill the dragon, there's like this other reasonable falling path, since the normal fall is lethal if you don't land a plunging attack on the dragon. Okay. And now we'll take a bit of time for a bit of a measured exploration of the left side here. Then I need to head back over and try to find Hawkwood. Yeah, there are these side areas that can have items, some of which I've already grabbed. Wow, okay. How very rude. Yeah, it's a late game area, and it's pretty much all the areas we have left are late game areas where a lot of enemies can one-shot us. That's kind of a thing. So consequentially, we do have enough Titanite chunks to max out a weapon now. So that's on the table. I need to try and remember what's through here. That's right. So the way that works back over there is Havel is a random summon that can come out of that guy. Okay, that's right. This is just a lead over to there. Havel is a random summon that can come out of that guy, and I believe he's the most dangerous. But I believe you can kill him to get the Dragon Tooth. Havel's signature Great Hammer. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is where we actually need to go to progress the area. Down over here. Aren't you a jerk? Oh, he went into a he went into a repose stance. Neat. Okay, what I need to do in that area is just run over there and then plunging attack that guy. I forgot that guy was there until it was too late. Nigerundayo. Pretty sure these guys can use ladders. He's just gotta, you know, come around to it. He's thinking on it. Thunderstone plate ring could be useful for enhanced electrical defenses. That's a real chest. Titanite scales. Top off the health. I'm not going to worry about the lizard. I don't have a lot of time. Ah, I thought I might be like janked on elevation enough that guy couldn't get me. That was wrong. That thing's a pain in the neck. Totally kill you. Hey, I did not remember you at all. Just gonna move on. Ah! Just a pile of junk. Yeah, running through here is still largely the correct answer, because you're gonna have that dragon over here that you have to deal with. Our goal is to, like, get back up to this courtyard. It's just a really long kind of loop to run. Even though I've gotten the item up here, this is still the better route to take, because it skips the Great Axe Serpent. Yeah, the area that I'm trying to get to is just on the other side of this wall. Cruel. There's somebody else ringing the bell. Yeah, ringing the bell changes the area and activates the boss. Yeah, if you forget about that guy, you're very, very likely to get ledged. They have very substantial knockback. One way of getting through this section, or actually certain other sections that are difficult running sections, is you can try switching out your usual armament for just 2 hands on a great shield and go. And what that setup lets you do is anytime you know you're going to take hits, or you know you're going to be subject to an attack, you can just block it and move on. And that kind of works for these rolling dudes. If you can block them safely, you're not going to take that ridiculous knockback. Right now, I don't have the tools or the ability to block them safely. I'm gonna kill you so that I don't have to listen to you sparkle anymore when I come through here. And that's actually worth a lot of Twinkling Titanite. Okay, I actually need to take this from the outside so that I can get the roll to work a bit better. Ah! I got bogged down on like the second roll of one of those things. Okay, so I need to be able to run past some of them, or I need to just stick around with the dragon for a bit and like lure them forward. That's really tricky. I'm gonna check how much damage the dragon takes. And yeah, I haven't gotten the dexterity ring because that requires me to activate some elevators. Right, almost forgot about him. Yeah, I don't actually need to plunging attack that guy, and I don't think I'm getting much for it. Oh, he actually doesn't activate at all if I haven't hit him. Huh. That's weird. I thought he would go for a backstab the moment I, like, popped down there. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else, like, more clever that we can do for this little stretch? It's like, I imagine that the, let's see. We've got a couple of these guys back over here. They do an unruly amount of damage for what they are. I mean, these little guys that have really fast attacks. They're just a different, like, style of, they're basically just a different style of Bone Wheel Skeleton when you get down to it. Let's see. Let's see. Because I don't have a physically resistant ring option, so I can't do anything with that. I could try changing up my armor, but it's not going to get better than two-shotting, which is what's currently happening. Unless I wear way too much armor. I do not think fighting these guys is practical. You know, standard SL1 stuff. Like, fighting enemies is often not practical, unless that enemy's a boss with a very specific pattern, or some lonely guys, or some other case where you have an advantage. Yeah, alright, alright. Alrighty then. So this guy, we make him go, and we roll through there. Okay, that is as far as we can confidently make it. Okay, I did not successfully roll through the fire breath this time. How much damage am I doing to you? Like, hardly any? Okay, that's about what I figured. I want to see if I can get him to face this way and do a dragon breath. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I'm being pursued now. Okay, here's the loose thought. I make him do a dragon breath, and then I get past these guys before another dragon breath comes in. Ah! Get away! Okay, we made it through there once. Hey, buddy. This is liable to wreck me if I'm not careful. Oh, shoot, he cast the pursuer things. Cool. I do not like to see that attack, and this is what we were here to do. Clong. Operation Just Get Hit by a Breath Weapon, I suppose, is a success. Well, that's a nice zoom out. It's like kind of noting, hey, did you notice this ladder? I think the Havel gear is up at the top of that ladder, but you probably have to fight Havel for it, if I remember correctly. So theoretically, we've just done something very inadvisable. Kind of called down the wrath, as it were. And the way is now open for the showdown. There's gotta be a bonfire somewhere near. Okay, there we go. Let's see. What else do we have around here? Ow. Is this the way to the challenge with Hawkwood? Not one of those guys again. Dragon Chaser's Ashes. That's cool. Very good roll, Jupiter. Thank you. Chain snakes! Yeah, it's those guys with the chain axes that are the worst. I'm gonna check this area up over here. I think this is the bit that leads to the ladder. That is a real chest. Alright. I'm gonna have to fight through more of these guys to get this stuff. Blech. Yeah, if you didn't expect it, the sight of me plastered on the floor is a lot more likely in the late game areas. He's going into the parry stance. Forgot these guys have some moves. Some real acrobats. Okay, I need you dead too so that I can explore in peace. I will get the contents of that treasure chest, thank you very much. Oh, it stays open, how convenient. That was not an important item to get. Climb on up here, excuse me. Yeah, this is the ladder that's displayed in the zoom out. So over there in that structure, I believe, is something important. Over here, yeah, we've got Havel hanging out. I don't recall how it is that Havel came to be associated with dragons so strongly, apart from his wielding a dragon tooth. In Dark Souls 1, Havel was originally one of the Knights of Gwyn, and assisted Gwyn in slaying the dragons, which is why he has earned that dragon tooth weapon to wield. That's right, that's a slab. That's good stuff. This is like the healthiest boy in the game. But Havel was also distrusting of Gwyn, and plotting against him. There is a secret location you're able to find in Anor Londo that is kind of positively identifiable as being kind of, what's it called? It's like Havel's safe house, basically, where he was holding on to all his traitorous, like, occult nonsense. Okay. I don't think I can, like, necessarily get through here without successfully killing all of the snakes. Because there's some patterns of snakes here that are just really going to be tough. Yeah, it's this grouping of snakes that's going to be tricky, and I need to get past them to this staircase. Let me see if they're subject to alluring skulls. And we'll use gold pine resin to kill faster. We have plenty of gold pine resin. Like, we've got 20 or 30 of this stuff. The alluring skulls, I do only have like 10. Oh, he has a backstep slice? Yeesh. I'm gonna have to be a lot more patient about that one that's spitting the fireballs. And I need to stop, like, my habit of being like, oh, I can take that on the chin and then still get the kill. No, everything attacks really persistently. You really can't do that at all. This guy is a really healthy boy. And these other ones are going to come out after me. Ow. Also, they did not respond to the alluring skull at all. Okay, with this I might be able to dash through, but it's dicey. It's really dicey because of that guy. There's no way I can see his attack while all this other stuff is going on. Okay, I'm gonna come back here when I have like the Dragon Slayer axe and some other nonsense. This is really tough right now. Okay, so this leaves me with I can try to remember how to get into the Grand Archives. I think I actually do just need to kill Aldrich for that. Let's try to kill Aldrich. Let's see. I want to go back to the straight sword to fight him, I think. I don't think he's vulnerable to bleed. I'm pretty sure his special I don't like it is fire. Let me take a moment to reference something. Okay, here we go. Aldrich. He's vulnerable to fire and lightning, and he also has a special bonus. He has a special vulnerability to the Wolf Knight's greatsword because he's considered abyssal. He's resistant to poison and toxic. So the subsequent question is souls 3 SL1. What is our best like fire-oriented weapon for this fight? I think the answer is just to put fire damage on something we're already using, like temporarily, and then remove the infusion later. Like I can change the reinforced club from its current setup. Oh, the Gargoyle Flamehammer is technically a viable weapon with only one ring? That's something. Oh, I didn't know you could get the soldering iron from the jailers. But it can't be infused or buffed. Huh. That's interesting. That actually has like a weird PvP effect that I do not care about. Okay, yeah, basically it's going to come down to I can either just fight him with physical weapons and apply resin, um, which might be tricky because I don't know when I'll have the time, or I can convert one of my weapons to a fire weapon and see how much more damage that does. So I'm going to do a run at him and check the damage numbers, and then we will convert one of our weapons to being fiery and try again. So, funnily, these Silver Knights can be farmed with a Covenant item that allows you to advance the Darkmoon Blade Covenant. So, a lot of people in the Darkmoon Blade, because it's particularly difficult to find matchmaking in the Darkmoon Blade, because you can only be matched against invaders, so you're addressing, like, a subset of online people. Because of that, a lot of people wind up just farming their weapon, their item, which I believe is Pale Tongues. It might be Proof of Concord kept. I might be mistaking something. This is the Arrow Rain attack. Right, that's a line attack. Doing, so I'm going to give you time. That's right, the boss teleports. It's not that big a deal. I think they do dark damage when they disappear. 161, okay. I took a hit, dead. I shouldn't be dying from full health from a phase 1 attack, so that is probably a case for adjusting my gear. I think the boss does physical and dark damage. Let me check my dark resistance with this set. It looks really low. Very low compared to some pretty comparable options. Yeah, oh my god, it's so much lower than the Maiden set. Yeah, we'll go with the Maiden set, but the Cleric hat. Oh man. Half the outfits you wear in Dark Souls SL1 just look really dumb. Yeah, he had enough reach with that attack. That's still dangerous. Ultimately, we're dealing like a fine amount of damage on the boss, so I can't say for certain that I need to worry about changing out my weapon type. I'm gonna make a slight adjustment. I am gonna try the raw reinforced club instead. I like the straight sword a lot for bosses that are more flighty. Aldrich is not that fast, so I'm comfortable using a weapon that has shorter range and slower attack speed. I mean, as comfortable as I'm gonna get for this fight. It's a legitimately tough fight. So both Aldrich and the Twin Princes, who we also need to take on. Both of them like fire magic in conjunction with making melee attacks. I need to be a bit more patient about dodging that. Or I need to stick to the boss more so it doesn't happen. Because if I was on the boss, that attack could never hit me. And I think that the answer for this boss is mostly just to hug him. So let's see. I think I might have actually been doing more damage with the straight sword. It was like 100. You know, it was kind of a negligible difference. But I am going to try going back and infusing with fire and seeing if I do over 200. If I do over 200 with a fire infusion, then that is the obvious answer. Now, something I have to check on before I do this. Okay, I've got a spare raw gem. So notably, the music back here is still changed a little bit because the Firekeeper can see. And as long as the Firekeeper can see, the music's going to be a little different. It's got this, like, building tension thingamajig. Oh yes, I have the Giant's Coal.
My. The coat seems like ages. I missed my thanks. I'll be smithing. It's but a small.
So I want to convert this over to fire. Yeah, and you can switch something over without having to like get rid of it. Rather, you can switch something over without having to remove the old infusion first. Well, as long as I'm back over here, I might as well offer the Cinders of Yorm. I really like the adjusted music. I also have undead bone shards, which I can just burn for no reason. Just in case I ever mysteriously had more health. Back to Anor Londo we go. So with this, I can keep this weapon fiery, and the other weapon raw. I'm not sure if there are still any bosses that will require us to use a bleeding weapon. I haven't gotten any more upgrades in on... Oh, I could have actually maxed this out to a +10 weapon while I was there, but I think currently I want to reserve that honor for the straight sword. I can get both of them to +10 and it's pretty fine. Rude. The other one's coming in because I haven't killed this one fast enough. This will be rough. Yeah. Yeah, my standard routine on these guys of like backstab, beat to death, backstab, beat to death, doesn't have a lot of margin of error. If you miss the first backstab, you're in for a world of hurt because you will have to deal with them both at once. You can be patient and draw one of them down the stairs, but like, forget about that, man. Better things to do with my time. I got a boss to make attempts on. That guy was cleanly not in the mood to be staggered. It was pretty obnoxious. Very inconsiderate. Okay, I think these guys I was staggering when I was using the straight sword. One hit sooner, which is giving me a lot of leeway. So that fight's going to be tougher as long as I'm using this weapon setup. But basically, I'm gonna take this in. If it does less than 200 damage per hit, I'm just gonna change the weapon back and use the straight sword. And if I'm doing that, I might as well take the straight sword up to +10. So I'm planning to take the straight sword up to +10 anyway. So. I don't know if I'm hasty to take the reinforced club up to +10, because I think I might need to reserve that honor for the Dragon Slayer Crescent Axe. Yeah. Aldrich is very happy to attack in kind of random directions. Okay, it's 195 damage. It's not bad. Okay, I don't think that teleport actually does damage, so I need to disrespect it a bit more. Okay, this attack is tricky in a lot of ways. Mostly because it needs it, like, once the scattered magical stuff is out, it's gonna break my Lloyd Shield Ring. I need to what's it called? It's gonna break my Lloyd Shield Ring because I'll take a nick. I need to dodge a lot to deal with it, which means that I'll probably be at the end of the dodge when the boss is ready to, like, do a thing. Very problematic. Okay. I'm gonna max out the Astora Straight Sword. Just use that. I think it's gonna be the simpler way forward here. That should be more than enough to finish the upgrades.
Ah, just wasn't it? Pretty, I go.
And with a Titanite slab, the damage is now up to a straight up 301. Nice. I am going to take a quick trip to go visit the last known location of Patches and see if I can get him updated. I think he was near Rosaria's bedchamber. Let's see. I've only killed one boss so far this sitting. No, I've killed 2 bosses this sitting so far. Okay, here's Rosaria in the Cathedral of the Deep. Oh neat, we can one-shot these guys now for all that matters. Yeah, he's still right over here, you goon. So he doesn't have a talk dialogue here anymore.
Thank. Oh, can't resist it. Thank.
He's not actually selling anything unique, which is what I wanted to check on. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I screwed up that quest chain. There we go. I could kill the other giant while I'm over here to get a few more items, but none of them are terribly important. Okay. Let's go back to this fight. Oh, that's right. There is a bone wheel shield. And you can make a bone wheel like spinning attack. It's hilarious. The bone wheel shield is much more of a weapon than a shield. Whoops. Yeah, this staggers him much more liberally. That one he's gonna have poise through. So I can't just swing into a block and call it good. I remember a long time ago when I was first playing Dark Souls, I had a roommate who was trying to fight like Sword and Board Knight, and he was using humanity and running into invaders in like the first area in Dark Souls 1. And he was trying to, like, you know, block an attack even when fighting a human, funnily enough. And the guy who was up against him was using a Morning Star, and so effects go through block, and the guy was just like forcing bleed effects onto him, and he was getting so mad. But if reactive play was able to, like, win against a human opponent, that wouldn't be very fun, would it? Because then it's like both people would just stare at each other with their shields up all the time. on the jank side of the table, and this is something people get up to a lot in terms of these, is because your matchmaking in Dark Souls 1 is purely based off of your soul level. So if you play an SL1 character and like go into New Game Plus and all this junk, you can have a max upgraded weapon and invade people who have like base gear at the beginning of the game and be an absolute troll. And there's all sorts of people who do that. And I think that's kind of junk, because it's like, you spent all your time to be good at this game and like accomplish this hard stuff, and then you want to use that so you can go back and like pub stomp something, like pub stomp unchallenging PvP fights? What the heck is up with that? Get off just a couple extra attacks, really good damage in. Okay. Now we're in the phase 3 with like fiery bullshit attacks, and now the boss leaves a fire trail, so we cannot trivially attack anymore once we get to phase 3, because we have like fire effects on the ground that'll mess us up, and it's gonna take me a bit to adjust to that. Yeah, this is actually a boss that you don't want to lock on against in a lot of the time. Because you'll lock onto the main body, and that's not the most vulnerable part of the boss to be aiming for. Hack. I didn't line up the backstab correctly. Yeah, both this and the next Lord of Cinder, the Twin Princes, are pretty frenetic, really challenging fights. I like the Twin Princes fight more. Because Twin Princes is more consistent in behavior. Aldrich kind of throws out enough nonsense that it's just the room is just full of junk, honestly. And you have to deal with it. And there is a good bit of junk mongering in the Twin Princes fight. But it's like, there's like a more discernible source for all the junk. Also the Twin Princess fight is parryable, so I'm going to be trying to learn some parry strats for that boss. Not everything they do is parryable, but a few important things are, and that's pretty relevant. Because it can become a boss that's a little difficult to pin down. They also have a teleport attack, but unlike this boss, Aldrich uses teleportation to like run away from you and force you to cover ground. Twin Princes uses teleportation to rush you down and call you a punk. Oh, that can actually hit me. Alright, now I know. It's good to figure that out now before I surprisingly die. Okay, bow attack, just get behind. Yeah, that homing shots attack will now be created somewhat passively by the boss, in addition to the like manual activation before. And there's a brute force Aldrich fight. We just go in, we sit in more or less the right place, we get the right patterns, and the boss happens to die.
Unkindled one.
Ah, good. This will force the end of Henri's plotline.
The fire fades,
Oh, no, it's not that. We're just being alerted to the dancer fight?
Prince Lothric is in your hands.
Yeah, I think this will actually pull us out of here. This happens whenever you kill the third Lord of Cinder, whether it's Aldrich or Yorm, I think. It might be just Aldrich that triggers this. This is just gonna warp us like to the dancer's room. Which is not actually where we want to be, because I'm pretty sure there's a couple things behind the Aldrich boss room that I need to get, or that I wanted to take a look at. So that is pretty obnoxious. But I can warp right back there. Because I believe, you may notice, the room where you fight Aldrich is basically the same room where you fight Ornstein and Smo. It's a little bit compacted, and of course it's full of goo, but it's got this same, like, setup with the elevators on the side. To go up to the center, like, location in Anor Londo. So in Dark Souls 1, ordinarily, you would reach this point and speak with Guinevere, receive the Lord Vessel, and then afterwards perhaps kill Guinevere to remove the illusion of Anor Londo. And this place is still up here, like a grand bed. We get the Sun Princess Ring. Yeah. These are not doors, they're just weird fancy walls. Okay, so that's the only thing we were chancing at missing. I don't think there are any other items up here. And the Sun Princess Ring is nothing special for us. I believe it just strengthens miracles. There it is. Oh no, you actually gradually restore HP with that. That's right, the Sun Princess Ring can actually be nifty in certain, like, hedge cases and with certain builds. It's an interesting, possibly handy item. Okay, but we didn't, importantly, get the key that we needed here. So it's gotta be somewhere I've left behind in Lothric Castle. Go back to the Grand Archives and poke around. What am I missing over here? What did I rush? What did I skip? Oh! There we go. Yeah, okay. It was a trigger-based thing. We just had to kill enough stuff for this corpse to be here with this key. Yay, Dark Souls logic. Like, the corpse was not there before. It just showed up because we, like, got far enough in another area. Alright, we've got, like, Crystal Sages back here as, like, a regular dude now. He still warps around. I believe he has less health than the original. And that actually gives me a crystal gem. Notably, what's it called? There is a special enhancement that you can put onto an item. Okay, we've got these wax-covered dudes running around. There's a special enhancement you can put on an item that causes it to gradually restore FP, which is the mana resource. Oh, come on. And the thing that's important about this is that you can just put that effect on an offhand item like a shield, and you can, like, not equip it most of the time, and you can just swap to it when you want to restore FP. It's pretty useful for certain builds that are more FP reliant, whether that's because you're actually a caster, or if you just have a really nice weapon skill that you want to have access to. Which can be very potent if you're on, like, a dual-wielding attack build. Ouch. We got the chunk there. We need to go around to the left, not the right. It's going to take me a bit to remember this area. This segment is confusing. There's a lot going on. We've got a few different thralls around here that are going to try to ambush us. And I'm going to try and not let them succeed, but I got no promises, man. They might get me. So this bit over here with, like, the waxhead sages is super weird. They can, like, fling cursed wax at you, and, there's, like, a weird defensive buff going on here that I'm going to showcase in a moment. Okay, cut it out, buddy. That's right, the caster variant has more health. Okay, so I need to determine if I want to try to get past that Red Eyes Knight. The answer is probably no. Because I don't think there's going to be anything that important behind him. And look at him. He is super pissed off. Okay, here's what it comes down to. Can I distract him with a skull? Yeah, he's definitely fixated on the skull. Okay, that was not important for us. Bye! He might even have like a unique drop or something like that, but we don't care. So, with these like big pools of wax, you get this option to dunk your head in wax. And you come out looking like this. And this is actually important. Because there's a special effect in certain areas of the archive, and having your head covered in wax renders you immune to all of these grasping hands that will try to mess you up. The wax head effect is temporary. And there are more places we can get to that will allow us to re-up it. But these, like, hands are can be really difficult to deal with if you are not wax-headed. Because they're all over the place. They're just everywhere. Yeah, that guy is not going to be fooled. It's like, wax-headed? Sword. We don't use swords here. Ow. Yeah, the hands can also deprive you of a lot of solid positioning, places to hide, things like that. Our goal, by and large, in this area is to ascend. We're trying to get higher up. That didn't affect me because I was on a ladder, like, get wrecked chump. This dude has plenty of health. Like, he ain't worried. And he is going to try to participate. I didn't even see that one with the flamberge, so that was just good luck that he didn't murder me out of nowhere. Oh yeah, now we've also got, like, floor books with hands. Floor book hand things going on. I think this is illusory. We've got another Irithyll Knight back here that I don't really want to piss off. He's got a door behind him that's probably juicy as heck. Ah! I fell. Okay, it's just a ladder. So we got another run-in with Crystal Knight, buddy. Okay, he's almost gone. What's it called? If you're aggressive with him in your first interaction, you can kill him in that third interaction. I think I need to take this elevator down. Every time we run into an elevator, we need to use it so that we like trigger that as a return point. Where does this link up with, so that I know? Okay, gotta open this. Just gonna slide a bookcase out of the way. Classic. Oh look, and that's where I died last time, so where was that? I don't know. We slid a bookcase out of the way. So the shortcut we've acquired is still within the archives. That's all I need to remember. Okay, so with Aldrich, we've got 3 bosses down in this stint. Okay, my head is no longer waxy, so I need to be real careful. I ran out of head wax. And as you can see, the library does not like people with flesh heads, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why these books are so persnickety, man. You can, like, sneak in there. As you can see, the books inflict curse in addition to damage. So it's pretty nasty. Okay, let's see. Is this a ladder that I can kick down or an ordinary ladder? Ordinary ladder, that's fine. I believe this is the correct route to take. We're going to have some gargoyles that might show up. Which is why I'm just going to not dawdle on traversing this. I got the item, though. Okay, I need to find another spot where I can dunk my head. Also, I need to actually identify where this shortcut is. So, I know it's not over this way. I haven't gotten that shortcut yet, like the full archive skip shortcut. I think it's, like, over here? Yeah, here we go. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to call this elevator back down, won't I? These thralls have, like, weirdly pathetic patterns compared to earlier thralls. And that's not just because our weapon is good. We've mostly been able to two-shot thralls throughout the game. I think these guys are just a little bit more willing to kind of throw themselves at nothing. These guys don't always change their attack direction super quickly. Oh, that dart spell barely didn't reach me. Yeah, the rapid fire spell they're doing is very limited range. It's also a player accessible spell, I believe. Either that or they're just rapidly casting kind of a version of a player castable spell. Cool. Did you fall off to... Neat. And that's a flying dude, too. And he's gone. You know, we've got some other guys who want to contest us on this rooftop. Just be like, you're not here... Get out of here. It's like, you're not killing those lizards without, like, some strife, are you? Maybe. I might have been killing some lizards. This rooftop. I gotta say, the thing that I was most intrigued about in the Elden Ring trailer was what the kind of extra verticality and like jumping ability in the game was going to add to these kinds of rooftopy sections. I should probably just kill you, right? Undead Bone Shard, that's pretty worthless. That guy's really angry, but I don't think he can get through this window. He might still be able to hit me through the window, though. He's got a big old weapon, and I don't think it's going to make him clank. Okay, here we go. Got another wax section. So notably, we have not found any shortcut back down, so we need to be a little cautious. We've got a couple thralls here. I am so glad that other one, like, jumped into my sword. That's very nice of him. I don't really want to tangle with a Red-Eye Knight right now, while I'm looking for a shortcut. Because that segment with the gargoyles is a bit much to have to redo. I feel like this statue is significant, but I don't remember why. Trio. Oh, that's right, there's a bunch of PvP-esque fights up here. Okay, it's not an illusion, right? Okay. Let's see what we can do about this. It's gonna be tricky. Yeah, okay. It's like 3 goons up there. Actually, are all 3 of these guys responsive to skulls? At least 2 of them are, which means the last one will be 2. Do not underestimate the humble, alluring skull. That thing is, like, it gets you through so much. Those fights would have been possibly quite a pain in the neck, but oh, I never got this because I never like turned around. Oh no, that's from the gargoyle that fell. Yeah, those fights there with those 3 guys might have been fairly annoying, and if I failed those fights, I would have to go back through the gargoyles. Now, they're still angry because I didn't kill them. Yeah, we got, like, one of them's even shooting arrows. That's awful, man. Okay, now we've got this rooftop section. Be wary of tough enemy. Yeah, I know that up here is an important item. But there are some rough customers hanging out. Divine Pillars of Light is a very potent spell. Where else do I need to fall to? Well, I might need to fall to kill that guy. Is it even important to kill that guy, though? Like, what's he hanging out next to? What's over there? I don't see anything important. Okay, how do I actually... Oh, I see. So I just drop down here. And then I think I drop down here, and then that'll be good. It was not good. Okay, so I'll just have to take the elevator back up, and then I'll go back up to that like rooftop area. I believe the I loosely recognize the place. The ring that gives additional dexterity is around there, and I might need that. I'm gonna need that if I want to wield the Dragon Slayer's axe, because the thing requires at least 14 dexterity, and we will get our dexterity set to 15. Let's see. Yeah, up over that way I think is like Twin Princes and some other junk. There's like a tight gauntlet across that bridge. It's pretty cool. We'll get to that in a sec. Just need to make sure I'm not leaving things behind. Ooh, yeah, we've got like a first look at the permanent eclipse, the dark sign, the ringed city. Yeah, I think it's that ring like up there. I can see the item. It's just like all the way at the top of this, and there are some tough goons hanging out. So is this it? That's it. Cool. That's what we were here to grab. Okay. Fatigue. There's nothing in there. I don't think there's anything around the sides here. Looks like there's an item out back. So let's grab that. These guys are tough. Like, you can see how much health they have. They've got wings. They can cast a potent miracle. So I just want to grab this. Cool. It's an Estus shard. Okay. And I don't believe we have to fight through that. Oh, no, maybe we have to fight through that guy. Yeah, because this is making me slip and slide. Oh, Dark Souls physics, don't you ever change. Okay, is there anything else around here that I need? Doesn't look like it. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Alright, now we're going to proceed on to the Bridge Gauntlet. I'm going to take a walk around the right-hand side here to see if there's anything else I missed. Yeah, there's this guy. Hang in there, skeleton. Alright, here we go. I only vaguely remember that there's a bunch of hollows and stuff on this bridge. If we get hit by 2 crossbow bolts, we'll die. And then there's that bit at the end with like 4 different red-eyed knights. I don't know if like how much of this they'll let me get away with. I think this run I'll be opening the door, and next run we get to actually survive opening the door. Run like you stole something. This is the boss fight room, but like I feel like there might be a bonfire somewhere around here to make this simpler. Alright, well we triggered the boss fight, so let's fight him.
Oh dear.
Hey, thanks for jumping by.
Another dogged contender.
You play some other challenge runs?
Welcome, unkindled one. Purloined
I'm not going for like a
symbols.
legend run or anything like that. I'm just going for an SL1 all bosses.
The mantle of Lord
I got the all
interests
bosses
me
on the
none.
DS1. DS2 I gave up on the last 3
The
bosses.
legacy of Lord.
I didn't beat the Blue Smelter, the two cats in the snow, and the Dark Lurker. All right. So, time to figure out the parry timing on this guy. Yeah, also he's going to do this thing where he just teleports to me. Like a lot. I think that's a bit. I think that's a later parry window, but I believe I can parry him after the swing. Ah, so you're doing speed runs of remaster? Are you doing is that an all bosses run? Or that's got to be an any % run, right? Yeah, because remaster still includes like the send skip and such, doesn't it? I thought I had hit a bonfire, but I guess I was wrong. I know I'm missing a bonfire. This run is not this long. No, because this drops me right at the bridge. Maybe I'm not missing a bonfire. Sheesh. Yeah, it's been a while since I checked out some of the DS1 speedruns. If you want to like drop a link or something, I'll check it out later. Probably not on stream, but. That. Yeah, there really is no other like ladder, shortcut, bonfire, or anything. Yeah. Blip. It's gonna take a while for me to get like accustomed to this fight again. I haven't done this in way too long. The kiln skip still work current version, or do you have to like go back a couple versions for that? Because I remember back in the day, they were kind of aggressively patching out kiln skip. Wait, was it kiln skip that they were doing, or was it the Yeah, I think it was kiln skip that only worked in certain versions previously. I didn't know that made it into the remaster. I think the last time I was watching runs for it, it was on all bosses, where they still use send skip in all bosses just so they can like go grab like high level items and stuff. You know, this run here is probably the reason why I stopped, like, making attempts on Twin Princes, the last time I was doing an SL1 run. I forgot they were, like, right at the end of this bridge. I thought there was more to this. Like, there was a Bridge Gauntlet, and then I thought there was a bonfire, and then something. Oh, that's gonna make this hard. So I have to go on luck about not getting hit by, a crossbow bolt. Okay. Ah, shoot. Make it. Hey! I think I should probably watch a video on the parrying of the princes before I try to go to, like, just like kind of experiment my way through getting that parry off. Let me take a moment to check on that. Okay, here we go. There's a parry only fight. I can just watch this for a bit. Figure out the strat. Okay, so that attack he rolls through. That attack just whiffs on him. Okay, he's doing like a standard cut. Yeah, you can't parry the stab. Okay, so that swing he parries. That overhead he parries. Okay, yeah, it's doable on enough different attacks that I actually probably can just kind of work through it, get it figured out. Oh, if you could let me know, how'd you come across the channel? Did you just like find this browsing on Twitch, or was it something else? I think you might have left the chat. I think it's a certain kind of person who comes into a chat to brag and does not leave any like advice or words of encouragement. I knew the second. Oh, there is a thing on the right hand side there. Okay, so I just need to trigger that. Haha, death camera. There we go. Okay, so once I've triggered that elevator, then I'll just be taking an elevator trip every time. Oh wait, this is the wrong way. Yeah, wrong way. Need to go over here. Okay, so if I need to go off to the right, then I'll take the run of the bridge on the right side. I definitely have not, like, scienced out the bridge run at this point. Yeah, the first shots from those archers will destroy the wooden barricades, so long as you have not destroyed the barricades yourself. Cool. He took the great sword one took time to buff himself. Alright, this will let me bypass all of these guys for every attempt. But I think I might have to get through some other guys. Like, I think this elevator's guarded. But I do not. No, this is the elevator at that other bonfire. The one before the dragon armor. Yeah, so Dragon Slayer armor will be the bonfire to use. Which makes me ask the question, like, why did they put the Dragon Slayer armor bonfire on this side of the bridge? If that bonfire was on the other side of the bridge, it'd be a way better checkpoint. especially since there's another checkpoint 2 rooms ahead. So how's everybody doing tonight? You got some fun plans for the holidays? I'm trying to. I think I need to slam in a good bit more of this Dark Souls 3 run, or I'm gonna stop having like free open time, and I'm gonna lose the knack, and then I won't be able to finish this. It's like stuff's gonna get pretty busy soon. Gotta finish on some prep for some D&D sessions. And then I've got some like family trips and the holiday stuff. I've got 2 different trips to be with family in November. Some folks in West Virginia, some in Florida. I gotta complain to them about their governors. That was close to the proper parry timing. The dodge that I tried to do got kind of eaten there. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I was spending some time thinking about the D&D game. Unique crafting materials, adjustments I can make to some enemies, reviewing the spell lists for the classes that my players will be playing to determine if I need to buff any of their spells or give them something else. I removed Identify, so I had to give a different spell to the Forge Cleric. Oh, this is taking me the wrong direction. That's right, this elevator works 2 ways, doesn't it? Or did I take the wrong elevator? This is the right elevator. Oh, neat. That's pretty worth. That's right. This elevator works 2 ways, but only after you've like activated it from above. You can get a Titanite slab out of that. And I actually think also, I think you like, no, you can't get on top of the elevator or anything like that. Well, while I'm waiting on this elevator action, I'm gonna get myself some apple cider. Ugh. Oof, good time to stretch. Been at this for a couple hours now. I've got a couple hours left to spare. See, it's not even 10 o'clock yet, so I've got at least a little over an hour that I can keep trying to chop away at these guys. So if I can take out the Twin Princes, this will be the furthest I have made it in a Dark Souls 3 SL1. Sort of. Because the last time I did this, I didn't kill Twin Princes, but I did explore a lot of Ariandel. Alright, after this attempt, we get apple cider whether we win or lose. It will be sweeter if we win. But I'm not going to hold my breath on that one. Is like Aldrich we beat pretty quickly with pretty few attempts, but I think a lot of that was on luck. We got a very good pattern. The boss doesn't honestly have that much health. Dang. Yeah, I have to be a little precise about the way I get the parries. You also don't get a full-blown parry animation on this. You just deflect him off to the side, and you can get more powerful attacks for a bit. You get the critical sound effect instead of the standard hit effect. But I need to not spend out all of my stamina on doing that. I think I also forgot to send the elevator down. Oops. So I need to make sure I send the elevator down every time I do this, so that I don't have to wait twice for the elevator. So we will send this down. Yep, I did forget. I don't need that to be there. Not using that anymore. In terms of the weakness for Lorien, I think it's dark? I'm gonna check. Let's see, is he listed as High Prince Lorien? Or are these listed by area? Okay. Yeah, their weakness is lightning and frost, so lightning damage would actually be the most effective. So that's probably a lore implication. I don't remember the deets on it, but I think these guys are probably half draconic. There's a lot of half draconic folks in Dark Souls. The biggest challenge on this fight is honestly camera management. Ah, he did a double attack on that. Okay.
But you may rest here too, if you like.
Yeah, making errors in my parrying here is going to be really harshly punished, because I'm going to wind up at half health, and there are very few healing opportunities in the fight. But it's going to be really valuable to learn how to do this to this boss. I'll get in more damage, and being able to push damage strongly in the second phase is going to be very important. Unlike most bosses that transition at 50%, this boss... I forgot to send the elevator down again, didn't I? I did. I forgot again. Let me get my apple cider. Yeah, unlike most bosses that transition at 50%, this boss's health bar goes away and he gets brought back, like a jerk. It's possible in this fight that you may have to get through his entire health bar like 3 times to win. Which is pretty tricky. There we go. Cool. I don't think I'm at the point to bother with using resins yet because of the way this boss works. Like, resins help with a boss that I need to burn down through a phase or get into something else. They're less appealing in Dark Souls 3. It's a very rude start. I went for the parry there and didn't get it. After rolling that, I'm safe to drink every time. What are you doing? Oh my god. Sometimes he just wants to teleport a lot and like kind of mock you. Anytime he teleports and you lose camera, it's pretty much because he's going to be doing his big thing. Missed a parry. Big damage. Phase 2. So, the High Prince there is actually not able to walk.
Dear brother.
Both of these princes
I'm on my way.
are terribly infirm, and they're only able to move and perform these actions through the power of miracles.
Brother. Unyielding sword of Lothric's prince. Rise if you would.
Now things get really tough. Missed a parry. Got killed. Yeah. So we need to make an effort to hit him in the back as often as possible to do damage to Lothric that's on his back. If we kill Lorien while Lothric is still up, Lothric will have a big opportunity to kill Lothric at that point because he'll be vulnerable. This is the wrong way to run. But he will try to raise Lorien, and if Lorien gets back up, we're going to have to fight another full Lorien. One of the big aspects of the challenge in Phase 3 is that Lothric is periodically going to cast spells at us, and then we have to worry about both the spells and the typical patterns from his brother. This time, I actually did send the elevator down, so I can just ride the elevator up once. So I was definitely getting better at the parry timing in the first phase. That's nice, gives us a lot of damage. The parry timing is not very different in the second phase. You just need to do it. And of course, in the second phase, the way we're attacking after a parry is going to be different because we're not going for Lorien. So the last time I was doing this, years ago, I didn't quite get the dodge off in time. I did not have any parry strats in my repertoire for that. Excuse me, I'm drinking. That was weird. That was too early. Slurp. Too early. I went for a parry after taking a hit, and that's a bad idea. When he comes out of the teleport, he can either do the slam or the swipe. The slam is a lot faster and requires me to dodge. So I very easily get conditioned to avoid the slam, and then the swipe is going to catch me off guard. If I dodge appropriately behind him, I think I can be in the correct position to avoid both, but it's very tight. I don't remember if I sent the elevator down. I don't think I did. I think I got distracted. Again. I did not send it down. At least this elevator's here, man. So I can just push attempts on this boss. So, after this boss, there are only 2 more bosses left in the base game. Which would be the Also, there's like a demon that I left back on the wall in the Farron Woods, but he's not generally considered to be a boss. I don't have to deal with him if I don't want. He's just like a big enemy. He's very similar to the demon that's on the way to the submerged lake. I will get this Estus off. That actually just whiffed. There's a buffered dodge. Bad parry. There's an unsafe heal. That attack's very easy so long as you can find him and lock onto him. Oh! I haven't failed on that attack yet. That's a new way to die. Yeah, I input the dodge too late there. Yeah. I could go back to the Karthus Catacombs and look for the Karthus Milk Ring, which gives me a better dodge frame window, but it's not really necessary with Dark Souls 3 dodging. Like, Dark Souls 3 dodging is good enough. I could swap out for something with more fire resistance, because this dude is hitting me with fire damage. In spades. I don't think I can get that much more, though. Well, this is probably better. The Archdeacon's skirt has, like, weirdly great defenses. The cleric robe is actually, like, on the heavier side, notably. That's actually pretty solid. And I kind of want to go back to the Thrall hat just because. It's not changing my fire resist, so whatever. Just because it looks lulzy, man. I love the Thrall hood. It's just goofy. And you can absolutely play Dark Souls 3 for fashion. Aha! I sent the elevator back down before. Hooray! The elevator minigame is like the true meta. That's what we got to worry about. Ow! and then I rolled the wrong part of the elevator. Ay ay ay. I really wish that, like, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, I wish all these games had just boss rush modes, where you just take your character, you fight all the bosses. The parts in the middle can be fun. In Dark Souls 3, I think the parts in between bosses are actually better than they've ever been. Because, like, Dark Souls 2, a lot of the parts between bosses are atrocious until you get the DLC. Then it's actually pretty great. Dark Souls 1, the parts between the bosses are like, meh. There's not necessarily a lot going on. Like, the first time you go through Sen's Fortress, it's pretty special, but it quickly loses the magic once you, like, learn where things are. Oh, I wasn't far away enough. Oops. I needed to take, like, one more roll back to get that Estus use. The very first teleport to slam sweep mix-up is messing me up super hard on, like, actually having legitimate runs of this fight. It's also for that reason, like, parry out of his teleport is really tricky, and generally you're not going to get it. You just, like, it's just not a boss you're meant to run away from. Don't run away from him and you'll get more opportunities. I appreciate that they apply that kind of pressure in Dark Souls 3. As it's like one of the issues with, say, Dark Souls 1 prior to the DLC. The DLC bosses in Dark Souls 1 are so much faster than the original bosses. The baseline game, you can very easily just kind of troll out with magic. Like, it's absurdly easy to do. And it makes magic feel like a more legitimate gameplay choice when the bosses are still challenging while you're using magic to fight them. And the Twin Princes is definitely a boss fight where you are not getting an easy out using magic. It's kind of the same for Aldrich, because like you throw magic at Aldrich, he's like, cool, I'm gonna do that too. Like, that's neat. I'm all about that. Ow. Okay, are we past the pancake part of the fight yet, where I just get pancaked? Not quite. I forgot about that attack entirely. But yeah, there's like one attack where he starts to stand up. Mess that parry up. Mess that parry up. Mess that up, but he whiffed. Mess that up. At some point, I might need to stop trying to do these parries. Nah. Just gotta get good. That's the ticket, man. Oh yeah, he does a 2-sweet sequence there. Sneaky, sneaky. This is death? No, not quite. Okay, so this is technically probably going to get me through the first phase. Or I could get hit by that. But that is way, way, way too much Estus to use on these parry attempts. So I'm going to set aside the parry strats for a bit, just put 2 hands on the sword, and fight the boss, like, regularly. Because I'm not certain I'm getting much out of this compared to just dodging the attacks and hitting him. Since I don't get a, like, full riposte, just blocking the attack with a parry and getting, like, 2 attacks worth of critical damage, I don't think that's cutting the mustard. For that matter, we'll remove the shield, which will get us bonus a little bit more damage through the Lloyd's Ring. Not the Lloyd's Ring, the Flynn's Ring. I think. Can we see the, Okay, yeah, we've got an effective power of 353. I'm going to start using Gold Pine. The benefit of the parry is that if I parry him, he's not going to do a follow-up swing, which is kind of nice. Dude loves his follow-up swings. stamina. I think he actually just got tired. He's like, this dude is dogging me. I can't. Tricky. Sneaky little sausage. Anybody else like watching the Spiffing Brit? That dude is hilarious. Alright, phase 2. He always starts phase 2 with one of these really nasty magic swings. Really nasty. Right. Oh, I barely don't get killed by that. That's cool. Buffer dodge. I am barely getting off the drink in time to not get killed by that attack. That doesn't one-shot me, I guess. Okay, stop for a moment. Arrgh!
Rocks are brave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
The spell spam from the younger prince is super fucking with me. Yeah, I'm still treating the second phase fight as though it's the first phase fight, and I can understand why that's a mistake. Okay, so if I take a hand off, okay, if I take a hand off, I'm still using the stance on L2. It's not considered empty offhand for the purposes of parrying. You have to be fully unarmed to parry with your offhand. So after not using the parry strat, I can see merits, maybe more merits, to going back to the parry strat. It gives me some certainty that the boss is not going to take another swing when I land a parry. But on the other hand, I'm like, what's it called? Using the parry strats, missed parries were causing me a lot of damage, and I'm not gonna, I can't afford to set myself up for that in phase 2. Stamina. Since that pivoting backhand has a tendency to whiff when I'm moving clockwise on him. I don't think I can necessarily read that behavior pattern well enough to use that, though. That'll hit. There we go. I dodged that early for what it is, and that attack has a really big area. That's the one that whiffs. Phase change. Stagger, take it.
Dear brother.
Good old orthodox dodge and stab. I got very, very good patterns on that kill. I had to check myself on that a bit, because I was losing it. No illusory wall ahead. Thank you, random skeleton. I appreciate your candor. Yeah, there's nothing fancy around here. Okay, that's dealt with. Yeah, so we've still got the Great Belfry and the and that fight there, as far as the base game goes, and then we've got the Ariandel stuff. I've also never been to the Ringed City, so that'll be something to figure out from scratch.
Ah,
We have the
gracious,
Dragon Chaser's
let
Ashes.
Iona.
What does that give us? Well, we get 6 embers, which we'll buy. I have only used an ember for my inventory like twice this entire game. We can buy Titanite chunks now. That's basically where we're going to dump all of our stuff for a bit. We have access to the Crescent Axe, which I think is actually pretty decent. Morn set, Eastern stuff. We can buy Smo's armor set, because it's too goofy. Yeah, Lorien stuff. Okay.
Ashen Magma.
And I know I have another upgrade on my Estus Flask waiting in the wings.
Ah, just good, wasn't he? Pretty, I go.
So I'm gonna go to Ariandel. I have to take a look soon in a bit as well to see what I need to do to get to the Ringed City. +9. I think I'm only missing one of those. I think it does go to +10. All right. What time we got? It's like 10 and change. I have to go get my phone and it's charging. We are now at the painted world of Ariandel.
No.
Yeah, comment from somebody, I'm uncertain. Before one faces the painting, one should face the depths of Lothric Castle. It's letting you know, you have access to this early, but you shouldn't really push yourself to beat this until you have dealt with Lothric Castle and the Twin Princes and stuff. This tree is alive, that is a person, and I think it's going to cast some sorceries at me or something. Some guy there with some arrows or something. Got a guy there with a torch. I've been through this area once before, but I don't remember it super well. We've got some insects, and largely the influence of rot has taken root here. Ariandel and Ariamis both are cold, and it's part of my understanding is painted worlds are further from the influence and the reach of fire than other places. I believe they are established with the hope of escaping the cycle of flame. Yeah, individually we can kill these kind of Viking-looking dudes without too much trouble, which is part of why they are not like poised individually. And they throw some nasty javelins. I thought I was early on that dodge, so I'm glad I didn't die. I think some of these guys may be a little less lethal than some of the dudes at Lothric. Yeah, we gonna fall. It's just like a big old snowbank. I remember there is a really deadly wolf pack that is around here somewhere. I'm gonna have to watch out for. You go right for the big one. Big as they come. That one was not big enough. Where's the bigger one? You bigger? Who's bigger? Alright. And that fight there is why we're using the straight sword. Whew. The problem is, when I die, I'm gonna have to redo that. Are you the big one? You got blood on your face. Big disgrace. Okay, there's like 5 guys up there waiting to punish me for grabbing that one unimportant item. I'm not about that. I think some of the peaks out here are other snowbanks that will fall away. Ah, there's our big guy. Hey there, how are you doing? I think there's another wolf behind me. This guy fights a lot like Artorias, or not Artorias, Sif. Really big punishing attacks. If I fight and beat that wolf, I believe it de-aggroes all the other wolves from then on out. So it's worth the effort to do. I am certain charcoal pine will be useful around here. So that's all the wolves-based direction, but that's not actually the direction I need to go. It's just like what I happen to get stuck with if I like drop the snowbanks. Got a little impaled there. That's kind of cool. There's like a visible amount of arc to that. Okay, that's the bit over there that had the bug. Oh, I actually accidentally traded a hit there. I can also like run through this and just go to the wolf area if I want. Because most of these guys will not be able to follow. So Ariandel, I have explored somewhat before, but my prior exploration of Ariandel is also was also in an SL1 run. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're falling down no matter what you do. I may be able to take some roots that avoid wolf aggro somewhat. Yeah, they will echo that along. Okay. So we can get their signature weapon if we want. There are also now wolves everywhere. So So I believe the goal of this area is actually like to get over here. Let's see. Ah, these are the trees that are actually alive. We've got more bugmen here. It's straight up filthy. More living trees. I think they throw pyromancies or will-o-wisps or something else. That wolf, like, decided to be a mountain climber in his spare time. Okay, this is going to be based on, like, falling down from some other area. Yeah, your AI is not meant for tight corners like this. Okay, here we go. We've got this bonfire. And then we've got this bridge. Yeah. This bridge can be collapsed, and collapsing the bridge allows you to reach some other areas that we will check out later. As it's basically similar to the bridge in the catacombs. If you collapse it, you can climb down it. We've got these kind of wretched praying figures. They look like Corvians, I believe. And we've got a figure here.
Well, you look to be unkindled. No bell tolls. And yet you've slipped into the painting. Oh, no matter. If you've lost your way, the words of Lady Frida will guide you. Now, go on inside, show respect, and listen carefully.
Yeah.
Welcome to the painted world of Ariandel. I am Frida. I have long stood beside our blessed Father and the rest of the forlorn. But forlorn thou seemeth not, Ashen One. I know not the missteps which led thee to this painted world. But thy duty is all, and thy duty lieth elsewhere. Return from whence thou camest. I presume it visible to thee, the bonfire here in this room. A meek and faded thing, but 'twill guide thee nonetheless.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. There is a thing thou shouldst by rights possess. Ours is a chance encounter, to be sure, but perhaps it was meant to be. Let this be a remembrance of this cold world, a thing to help thee bear thy duty. Now, thou'st a place in that world, and that. Now, thou'st.
Okay, that's her dialogue. Yeah, the chill bite ring is for resisting frost, which is okay. Most things that cause frost cause it in an area around them, so there's definitely a reason to have that effect. Now, this door I think is open from the other side, if at all. It's either that or that opens with a special interaction. Yeah, we are not leaving, of course. We're going to stick around. We got business. Even if our business is, like, kind of about pillaging stuff. So up here, currently, is the beginnings of a painting. But with time, later on, there will be a painter. Paintings have a peculiar role in Dark Souls. There's like metaphysical power and other nonsense going on.
Lady Frida has and tarry no longer. There is one inside the cold painting. Curiosity could be your cross. Stray from the withering flame. There is one in stray.
That's right. I think there are areas around here where we may need to carry a torch in order to prevent frostbite from occurring. I don't fully recall. Now, it can be loosely seen on that side that there is a ladder that goes down to some other areas and some other ladders and things like that. Downing the bridge is something we use to descend on this side. I'm going to descend on that side first and check out things down there. Now, as far as a torch is concerned, if we need to bust that out, thankfully, the, oh, that is, jam bug, lizard. It's out of here. Oh, it was only good for a large Titanite shard. That is not a lot for a lizard. But Ariandel is actually accessible, as soon as you get to the, Cathedral of the Deep, so these bug guys would definitely love to jump down and cause trouble. They're not that tough though. So we've got kind of all this rot and like maggot eggs and stuff. Actually, I wonder if does this respond to fire? No, it does not. I like the torch is polite enough to stop being on fire when you put it on your back. Very convenient fire. Yeah, so we've got one variant here that has torch and sword, and one variant that just has the torch. I think they can both do the fire breather attack, but the ones with just the torch will use it very preferentially. Whee! Alright. And this puts us in kind of the central area of Ariandel. Yeah, we've got a lot of, like, stuff in the muck here. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is alive. I don't know how we hit traded twice there. We've got these, like, awful bird people who make these terrible, terrible noises. Okay, I can't get up there from here, so we'll come back around to that. I'm gonna kill just enough of you so that I can make my way through this gunk. So, excuse me for that. Okay, I need to remember how to get in here. Okay, so, yeah, I like went down on a switchback there. Oh, there's another item over there anyway. Let me grab that item. Yeah, among these is a slightly larger variant. I think there might be a gap in the wall there. Or is that blocked up? Okay, no, here we go. This is our way in. Just gotta tolerate all these frickin' noises so that I can then go through this, like, blood pool with finally some legitimately scary enemies. And And yeah, this is one of those, like, doesn't stop attacking types of guys. He's got very little downtime between his patterns. You basically just gotta stagger him. Oh, and we still got this bonfire. I should have set to the other bonfire. Anyways, as long as we're over here, might as well knock out the bridge and take a look at the bottom. I can't recall. I think this bridge might stay broken. Yeah, it completely falls off over on that side, but on this side, it turns into a ladder. It feels to me like somebody didn't want to waste the code for having a breakable bridge that was used in one place in the base game. It's like, we can totally fit a broken bridge in the DLC, right? Let's do it. He was not quite one-shot, but he was close enough to one-shot that I could just kill him through his shield. So, notably in this area, I think we might have a couple guys around here that throw, yeah, javelins and things. And, I am, like, tangled up on stuff. There we go. Alright. Here we go. Okay, now I can deal with you. That turned into a backstab, but I actually inputted as a kick, expecting him to not be showing me his back. Got that dude up there. These arrows actually detonate shortly after impacting. So if they like just barely miss and they hit something else, you can still get kind of knocked around. Or they can like hit the surface of a root and then you can be knocked off by the burst. Oh, I slipped. Ran too much. Yeah, this is a tricky segment to navigate down. But there's an extra boss down there that's fairly challenging. This is not like quite the spot that I would think to be progressing right now, though. I'm going to travel over to the Rope Bridge Cave instead, so I can go through that main section of Ariandel that I was mentioning before. There is there's like another chapel over here, or a prominent building, maybe like a town hall, and there is a very difficult PvP type fight over there. Oh, the bridge actually comes back. Okay, I couldn't remember. Let me just take this down and go along this way. Yeah, that whole trek is very tricky. I don't really need to fight these guys, because I don't think they will follow me the whole way through this. And if they do, it's probably not even that big a deal. Despite all that awful dim, I can just go past all these guys. And we'll run into the kind of claw assassin guy here. Barely not enough. I needed one more hit. Okay, this time we're going to buff our weapon with fire before we interact with that thing. Because we're just below, like, the threshold for what for how I would like him to die. His attacks sweep, like, all the way around his body, so he's very, very difficult to safely attack. I can't remember how much further into the city, into like this walled off section we need to get before we are able to use it to get a bonfire. I do not recall. But this here is basically a forced fight. This is why I didn't do Ariandel sooner. This is not a one-off enemy. There's a few of these guys. They're a pain in the neck. I'm pretty sure they're backstabbable. I'm just not like finding a time or a method to do that. Just 'cause they do a whole bunch of attacks. I might want to try keeping my distance instead. Oh, I don't need to take the I don't need to take the ladder. That's nice. Ladders are slow. So we don't have too much time left in the stream for tonight. I'm gonna make a couple more attempts at this. Tomorrow we'll be on for Dead by Daylight. We're playing killers. I think I'm mostly just gonna be playing Huntress and kind of practice games. We're gonna meme around and just try to throw hatchets at people from horrific distances and see what we can do. Just like utterly ridiculously far off hatchets. And then over the weekend, I don't have strict plans. I'm probably going to be doing more Dark Souls, but I might try something new out. So many hits. I got the backstab off, thank goodness. Got it. I hope the rest of you don't think you matter after I dealt with that. Because, like, that enemy type, I don't even think I can safely run past. Is something gonna drop on my head for this? Okay, this is like classic ambush type building. I think this guy might be conversational.
Oh, well, there is nothing forlorn about you. You must be the other Ash, I suppose. Oh, finally, you have come. Oh, make the tales true, and burn this world away. My lady must see flame, and you have only to show her. You are Ash. Surely, but that witch fooled the good father, and buried the flame. After we had all made up our minds, too. So, make the tale, my lady.
Interesting. Yeah, and I believe he's telling us in no uncertain terms, we have to kill Freed. This world is rotting. It's not built to last. And she has prevented the world from burning away. She's attached to the painting. Okay, here's our bonfire. Now, I do not recall the identity of the father. Yeah, I've never gotten that far into this. I don't think I've ever done what I need to do to know. Let's see, the one that drops down to the reservoir, I don't know where it actually originates from. If I reset the area, I believe I'll have to fight it again. Just don't make that noise. That noise is so awful. Most of the things around here don't even attack or hurt you. There's just a few. Nothing good has ever, like, positioned on a bridge and climbed up behind me like that. Don't shove, it's rude. Wow, that's actually very damaging. Let's see. Okay, if there's a purpose to being up here, it's to make this jump. This gets me over to this. Here I can jump down for that. More large Titanite. I can't recall which parts of all this have unique items, so this is a unique item of some kind. Crow quills. Oh, that's right. The crow quills are actually, I think they're like a pretty cool dual-wielding type weapon. It's like a rapier and claw setup type of thing. Thankfully, I didn't rest at the bonfire, so I don't need to refight this guy. I'm gonna get you out of the way of my ladder. Excuse me. Yeah, these docile enemies reward almost nothing for souls as well. It's completely unworth your time to kill enemies that are not aggressive towards you. Yeah, okay, so I'm pretty sure from that angle... Oh, I haven't gone inside here yet, despite being able to. Check the roofs. Just an ember. So, let's see. You are actually a threatening creature type. Simple gem. Those are the ones that restore your mana. It could be a good it could be a good choice for like an offhand item. There are not that many simple gems available in the game. But it just gives you like a very slow restoration of your mana. It's very useful if you want to use some of the cool looking weapon skills, like the boss weapons that do like the flippy attacks and all sorts of other stuff. Okay. Some of the guys on this path might be aggressive, but generally no. Yeah, there's like a duelist type guy up ahead that is actually wielding the crow quills. Yeah, he tries to shove you off, and that is like. It's possible for that to get you. You can't take that for granted. You got all sorts of guys like falling off the tower and waking up and shrieking and just being generally awful. Cool, I wasn't sure I could just walk around that guy. But for this time at least I did. I have to get around this or find a key inside. I think I have to get around it, but how does this connect? Maybe through that whole mess? Oh, I have to get up there, which requires that I get inside here. Okay. Don't mind me. Yeah, he minded. Yeah, he will friendly fire his way through all of these guys. If you're just joining, noise warning. A lot of the enemies in this area happen to horribly shriek. It's like far beyond the volume I would bring to the stream. I'm not going to try to talk over their screaming. That doesn't go around. So you may want to keep the stream volume on the low side. Okay, so there's this ladder. So there's the guy who drops down there. Let's see. Are there any of these that I can just break? I mean, not if I clank on the door, for sure. Huh. Okay. Oh, you know what? I see what I can do, I think. Oh, no, I can't get up there. I was thinking that maybe I would get up here, and then, like, it would jump me onto that rooftop. Okay. Yeah, locking on is very tricky here, because there's all these other random guys in the way. Okay. I need to find, like, the building that I can get inside to start getting up on top of stuff. I thought it might be around here. I think it might be that I go around the outside here. This is probably it. Chugga chugga. Okay, and we've got this interior, which doesn't have anything special, just a bunch of probably horrible, like, wailing guys. Kill him. We can head up here. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Oh, we've got casters now. Aren't you fancy? Very accomplished. I think I can jump down in here, and, like, that's a one-way thing. I'm not going to go for that crystal lizard, because I know what a trap looks like. And I can go for it later. Grab this up here. I believe I need to get into this building, but I need to fall safely. Here we go. Okay, so now we open this. Okay. That's the shortcut, so now we can look around a bit more freely and not worry so much about dying. That does open. And in here we've got a couple of substantial dudes and one important item. Got it. Oh, you silly billies. Like I would care about fighting you. Okay, so there's that bit. We'll go back on the rooftop. So I'm going to cross back over into the town for some things I obviously skipped. What's the note here? Wary of monster. Got it. That's because of this guy. Oh, yep. Okay. He got me. That's tough to deal with. There's probably certain weapon classes we could use that might pancake that enemy type. And if we pancaked him, we wouldn't have to deal with him. Rather, if we pancaked him, he would probably be less challenging. Okay, there's a few more items around here, but if this area is not classed to the point of, like, if this area is not considered as, you know, Titanite chunks are us, I don't have much reason to roam around. No, you didn't see me. Alright. I'm just gonna skip past that guy and check out over here. I think I was still hearing knives landing behind me. Hello there. Yeah, that is a dangerous as heck grapple attack, isn't it? Oh, it will not let me move out of that. There we go. Got a little blocked in there. Okay, so in here, we're actually going to meet again with the fellow from the front of the chapel.
Everything must be caught. Every secret must be unearthed. Such is the conceit of the self-proclaimed seeker.
He is
of
not
truth.
wrong.
But in the end, you lack the stomach for the agony. I trust you've learned.
I couldn't actually mash, I couldn't get the dodge mash out after taking that hit. This is a tough fight, like a very tough fight. This dude has a pretty good amount of health, does a lot of damage. He's also got a Dark Hand, which gives him like a special grapple attack that he can perform. That's not too relevant for us because we don't block. But it can be relevant for other builds like the block. I could try a parry strat against him. It's not a terrible idea. Nope. I went out too early because I was not watching where I was going. Yeah, these guys here with the Crow Quills setup they just do an absurd amount of damage with that ranged attack. Because you get hit by more than one knife, you take multiple instances of damage. It's nasty. I think that Hawkwood's shield here is, I think it's equivalent in parry frames to the Iron Shield because it's also a small shield. I think the only small shield that's individually better at parrying is the Buckler. Ha! Ha! Oh wow, he hit that tree. That tree person. He's not really skippable, if I recall. There's a switch behind him that you might recognize as like, ah, that's our goal.
The self-proclaimed seeker of truth. But in the end, you lack the stomach for the agony that you'll bring upon yourself.
Yeah, he's got a very potent buff. By mashing dodge to get out of that hit stun. Yeah, he has a tendency to dodge after his attacks, so it's very difficult to like actually get him vulnerable. I think I do need to try a parry strat against him. Even though he's like a touch of death type of character who's just gonna hit you and you're gonna fall over. He does drop his sword when you kill him. It's particularly good. Yeah, these dudes even have like an extra deadly rapier pogo type attack. This enemy type is so mean, man. Yeah, not dead. That is like all on luck to not die.
I've seen your kind. Time and every fleeing man must be caught. Every secret must be unearthed. Such is the conceit of the self-proclaimed seeker of truth. But in the end, you lack the stomach for the end to rule himself.
Got him. For that much damage. I have to do that like 5 times to actually kill him. I was slow on making a decision. Let's see. Chat message is getting a bit stale. I'm just gonna clear that. Oh, that doesn't actually clear the log that's displaying. I'll have to deal with that. Can I just run past you? If I'm like really good about it? Yeah, more or less. So let's do that from here on out. Alright.
I've seen your kind. Time and time again, every fleeing man must be caught. Every secret must be unearthed. Inside the cold, painting curiosity.
I missed my parry. Okay. I am going to call it here for now, because we've been streaming for a bit over 4 hours, and we'll get back to this probably over the weekend. It's not that far away. Made some good progress today. I'm feeling solid about it. So I'm going to need to watch a couple of videos to know what I'm up against in some of the upcoming bosses and make sure I don't miss things, because I haven't been around here. We've got some exciting stuff left to go. We still need to fight the Nameless King, Freed, and all of the Ringed City. So look forward to it. Have a good evening. This is Jupiter Exile. Thank you for wandering with me. Good night.